Good evening. Today is January 23rd, and I'll call this meeting to order. We have a quorum present. I see all 5 members of the Board of Commissioners are present, so pursuant to 620-210, we'll proceed with conducting the business of the City of Mount Juliet. At this point, our first item on the agenda is to set the agenda. If there's no objections, we will set the agenda as published. Seeing no objections, it is set as published. We have kind of a short 51-page packet. There's really nothing on unfinished business. We have 6 items on new business. We at one time had at least some agenda packets in the wire baskets if you would like to follow along. If you're watching online, it's available, of course, on the city's website. So our next item is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. I'd like to ask Mr. Judd Sellers, if you would come forward, sir, and lead us in the invocation. And then if you would be kind enough after the invocation to lead us into the pledge.
If you would bow, please. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this night, first of all, to say how much we love you. And Father, how grateful we are for everything that you do for us, God. You allowed us to get up this morning, God, and we have our health and we have our families and we have so much to give you praise for. We could stand here all night and never give you the honor and glory that you're due. But God, from the depths of my heart, I honor you tonight. And I want to pray as our Father taught us to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. And everyone says, amen. If you would, please stand as I lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Mr. Sellers, thank you for that. And if you weren't here at 6, we did pause for just a moment to recognize Mr. Sellers for his contributions to the city and the 15 years worth of contributions to this city and that. So we took just a minute to recognize him. The next item on our agenda is approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes from our last meeting. Have a motion? Second. Any questions or comments on the minutes? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved from the last thing. Next item is citizen comments. At this point, we will ask you to come forward and give your name and address for the record. We reserve the right to terminate any comments if they become abusive to other citizens, employees, or fellow board members. The board's not under any obligations to respond to questions from the floor. If you'll come forward with your name and address, we'll recognize you for 3 minutes. And this is pursuant to City Code, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 220, which sets our time limits at 3 minutes. So if you would like to address the Board of Commissioners, I'd ask you to come forward to the podium. Name and address for the record, please.
Destiny Smith, 614 South Green Hill Road, Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
And you're recognized for 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello and good evening to you all. My name is Destiny Smith. For almost 29 years of my life, I have lived on South Green Hill Road. I'm here tonight to speak out against option A of the Western Connector project. My family has lived on South Green Hill Road for almost 130 years now. In the late 1930s, Bernard and Elizabeth Robertson, my great-grandparents, gave up land to the city of Mount Juliet to help straighten out the dangerous S-curves on South Green Hill Road. Then almost 20 years ago, our land was taken by eminent domain for the West Wilson Water Company. My point in saying this is that my family has given enough of our land away. If you choose to move forward with option A, know that you will be affecting hundreds of citizens in Mount Juliet, tearing through their yards and lands and making it more difficult for them to live their daily lives for what you all call progress. I want it to be recognized that my family's land, as well as the other citizens' properties that live up and down our road, matter just as much as the other options. I find it very interesting what Justin Beasley said in his interview with News 2 about our road, that you all wouldn't be taking anything from us. By choosing South Green Hill Road, you would not only be taking more of my family's property for a third time, but you would also be taking property from countless others as well, people as well who will become a victim to this bypass. To quote Gone with the Wind, a classic movie I hold near and dear to my heart, land is the only thing worth working for, worth fighting for, worth dying for, because it's the only thing that lasts. Thank you for listening and for your time this evening. I hope you will take my words into consideration before making this decision.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Charles Bridges. I live at 3116 North Waterford Court in
All right.
Willoughby Station. Moved here from Memphis, Tennessee 18 years ago. I was attracted to Mount Juliet because of the fact that it was, kind of a bedroom community. And I, at the time, thought about moving to Williamson County to down near Cool Springs, but with all the traffic and developments down there, I chose Wilson County and was glad I did. Disturbs me that we're putting in so many apartments into Mount Juliet and so many rental properties, whether it's townhouses. This multi-use becomes more of a rental property that seems to crowd our streets, crowd our schools, with people coming in here renting because they can take their kids and put them in our schools. That we have excellent schools, but we need more single family homes and we need more home ownership and less rental property in Mount Juliet. So I hope y'all will take that seriously as you vote on all the different types of developments. I'm certainly opposed to what's going to be proposed in Green Hill, South Green Hill Road and Lebanon Road, that development with too many properties in there that'll end up being rental properties and not home ownership, which is what it was meant to be, is home ownership in that property. I've also, I'm in favor of a Western connector. I know it's a difficult situation, so good luck with that plan because I'm not sure what's going to work for that. And look forward to the NASCAR roundabout that you're going to put at Willoughby Station. Hop on it, turn left until you can get off, so good luck with that. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, sir. Anyone else for citizen comments?
Good evening. My name's Jeff Stover. I live at 2604 Potomac Court. Professionally, I'm an environmental consultant. Moved here about 2 decades ago. Sat in a similar position where you guys are sitting right now before we moved here. Got a couple of concerns. First of all, my understanding of the South Green Hill development is that it is not going to access South Green Hill under the new plan. That's my understanding from the I do appreciate the comments from the Honorable Commissioner from District 4 last 2 meetings ago regarding the traffic going in and out of that development. We understand that there's approximately 99 homes that may go in there. That would work out to about 150 vehicles a day going out, 150 coming back in if that was one time. But we have no idea what the retail is going to bring in and out of that community. And you're dumping it into an area where your own city staff says you cannot put any protection in. So now you have a problem with that. You do have a study done, traffic study done for the intersection there, but that at that time had no idea what you were going to put in there and didn't include the impact study. In the impact study did not include the traffic. That's one of my concerns. My other concern is as I came to the city today, I looked at the plans, very much concerned, as was the zoning commission about the stormwater. There is a detention pond. If you look at the plans, though, it's not real clear where or how low into the detention pond the pipe's going to go. It doesn't tell us what type of pipe that's going to be, whether it's going to be completely open, whether it's going to be a floodgate or anything of that nature. So what you're doing is creating a stream that's going to go directly into the current stream without any control. That whole southern portion of the development has no detention pond. You are literally creating a flood downstream. We've already seen that throughout the community. So those are some of my concerns. My concern also living in Mount Vernon Estates is the connector. I understand there is no easy decision here. There really is none. My heart bled at the open meeting regarding Tate's Lane, the property owners that live there. We heard tonight an individual whose family's lived here for over 100 years. They've made Mount Juliet what it is. What it's becoming is what you guys are doing and our community's doing. We're just growing too fast. Sometime we've got to stop. We put in this connector. It's just going to continue to grow out of control, just like Providence did. I'm not opposed to growth, but smart growth, this isn't smart growth. And in that road, there is no safe way to get out of those housing communities right now. And you're just going to add to it. So what are you going to do? Add more traffic lights? It's just going to become a mess, a real mess. Thank you.
Please, the applause is out of order, please. Is there anyone else that'd like to address the Board of Commissioners?
Joan Giltner, 1409 Tate Lane. And I respect the concern expressed by the Legacy Farm owner earlier this evening, but two wrongs won't make a right. Taking the Legacy Farm years ago on Green Hill, now taking the Legacy Farms on Tate Lane. I agree with everything everybody said. This is not an easy decision, but I just wanted to go on the record that says coming down Tate Lane isn't a good idea, and I support Commissioner Justice's resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Stephen Heckendorf, 393 Page Drive. Just a couple things. One, last time I actually spoke was about the development on Green Hill. There was a small development that went in. And I just think that, again, so if we're dealing with the same issues, is we're always putting the cart before the horse and not getting the infrastructure in place. For example, I mean, Old Lebanon Dirt Road, no shoulders, small road. You have the same thing with West Division, no shoulders. And I feel like we need to first address current infrastructure and make sure it's capable of then producing, the proper avenues for people to travel. And it just to add more apartments or townhomes, I just don't think is the right solution at the time. I think we need to go back to the basics, stick with infrastructure. And I mean, again, South Mount Juliet is a painful to go to right now. I mean, I live up Page Drive, so hey, if you're going to go across the bridge, you're at another 15, 20 minutes to turn back around, even if you're going to like Cracker Barrel or whatever. So I really think that focusing on toning down the growth, building the infrastructure, and I mean, again, with the bypass, as everybody said, it's not an easy option, an easy choice. But, I think that we do need a little bit more insight as to what the pathways are, what is the true options. Right now it's more hypotheticals of how is that going to connect, what properties are affected. And I think if people got a better idea, they would be better inclined to, see what options you have and really have more insight on that for the public, that is. So I don't even know what the time frame is on, and again, I don't know all the details. So I don't know if we're talking about, because I'm sure there'd be lots of lawsuits involved and there would take many, many, many years. But I'm happy to, hear about that in the future, but thank you for your time. And yeah, I'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to address the board?
David Minton, 180 Tillman Drive in Mount Juliet. I'm here to speak really against the addition of more apartments at Providence Central. I could talk for a long time. Obviously, I have 3 minutes about all the reasons we shouldn't do this. I can't come up with any reason that we should. add more apartments, but I want to just focus on one tonight, and that's simply safety. I don't think anybody on this board could say that the addition of more apartments at Providence Central would be safe for the people of Mount Juliet. Right now, we're constructing over 300, okay? If you do the numbers on that, 300 apartments doesn't sound like a big deal until you start talking about 2 or 3 people for each apartment. Then you're up to around 900 or 1,000 people with 2 cars in each. You're going to dump now, that's under construction, 600 to 700 cars on Central Pike. Now, I know Central Pike is supposed to be a state highway, but in reality, it's a 2-lane country road with no shoulders. As a matter of fact, even all the road doesn't exist anymore. If you drive down it today, where they painted the boundary line white on the edge, it has fallen off to the ditch. So just from a safety standpoint, how do we consider, on top of what we're doing now, adding another 300 apartments to a situation that's already unsafe? Again, I could talk about all the other bad ideas or why this is a bad idea, but I want you guys tonight to just focus on, do you think it's safe for the people of Mount Juliet to move forward with more apartments at Providence Central? What I can't understand is, I think last time we voted for the 300 under construction, that some of you guys sitting in chairs that voted yes said, I'm going to do it this time, but no more apartments until we see improvements to the road. Guys, there's been 0 improvements. And this Central Pike interchange that everybody keeps talking about, when it comes, it's going to alleviate so much traffic. Guys, I think it's time to start talking about if it comes. It will not be in the next 4 or 5 years. I talked to TDOT myself. I know you guys have tried to speed it up with money, but the fact of the matter is, it's time to do the road improvements first, see the interchange, improve Central Pike, and then think about adding more apartments if it makes sense at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just hold the applause. Anyone else address the board? Somebody took my advice on the ringer. Okay, and I will point out before we close citizen comments, unlike the planning commission, we do not take comments on the individual items. So if there's anyone else that wants to add something, I got to take her here.
Good evening. I'm a newbie. I've only lived in Mount Juliet for 2.5 years. I came from a place called San Diego County, actually Carlsbad. How many people here have moved from California? Just raise your hands. Yeah. Yeah. See, we've seen this movie before. We have seen this movie before. San Diego native. What y'all are doing here is really sad, because you're drinking the same Kool-Aid that they did in San Diego, which destroyed the environment, destroyed the state of California, and you're doing it right here in Mount Juliet, and it's really upsetting. I love this place. If I could, I talked to a member who's up there now, and I said, you know, if I could, I would change my birth certificate to read Mount Juliet, Tennessee, not San Diego, California. And I love the people here. My wife and I love the people here. We particularly moved here very quickly. The problem is not just building apartments. You know what your problem is? I worked in high technology, did planning, managed very large projects, IT projects, including top security, all of that. And I know what I'm talking about. The problem here is you don't have a plan. I've read it. I read it twice. And your plan is a template. You got it from the greater economic area of Nashville, Tennessee. Small town is only mentioned in there one time. That plan was a fill in the box. It is really unfortunate, because what I'm watching is you make the same mistake as California very quickly. The focus groups that were involved in that plan had not seen what I saw in California. It was overbuilt, it was destroyed, and the city council there was very happy to see the money roll in and the revenue from the developers who don't live here, who don't care about Mount Juliet, and are gone. They will build small little lots. They'll do everything they can to make a nickel, and they don't have an invested interest. And that is a problem with the apartment overbuilding. I'm stunned at this. Apartments, people have no skin in the game. They're renters. They don't care about Mount Juliet. My wife and I own here. We care about Mount Juliet, and that's why I came directly from work here. Infrastructure has to be put in first, but infrastructure requires a plan, an architected plan, a planned plan. Big apartments, I mentioned that. If you want to see what happens to overbuilding apartments, drive your little selves down to Smyrna and take a good hard look at Smyrna and say, do we want that in Mount Juliet? And I think you're going to say absolutely not. The crime and everything else that comes with that, the no skin in the game, is a very big deal.
Thank you, sir.
An updated plan is needed. Open space is required. And you know what San Diego finally had to do? I'll tell you what they had to do. Put on a building moratorium. That takes some backbone from the board, from the council. A building moratorium needs to be installed. And that's all I have to say.
Thank
Other
you,
than
sir.
God bless you for sitting in the hot seats.
Sir, what's your name and address?
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sam. My last name is Spadaro. I live at 108 Drummers Way, Mount Juliet, Tennessee, 37122.
thank you,
And I'm
sir.
grateful to be here.
Thank you, sir. No need to apologize. I dropped the ball on that one, so. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Nathan Quinn, 402 B&A Drive. I'd like to reserve my time when the item comes up on the agenda, 11.1 and 11.2, to speak on behalf of that development.
There will probably be someone who wants representation to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to address the board? If not, we're going to close citizen comments and move on to the next item on our agenda. Everyone's seems like they did such a good job, professional speakers, but if we have no one else, we'll close citizen comments. We'll move on to commissioner comments and reports. With that, I'll recognize our Vice Mayor Trivett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to everybody that came out here tonight and also the folks that are online. It's a packed room. For the last couple of years, I've actually seen this room this busy. So thank you. And looking forward to getting through the agenda tonight. Mr. Sellers, obviously he's already stepped out, but just to leave, what a legacy that man's already left for our city. Such a great product. This past Christmas, it was just awesome to see that store just again, just take on the business as well as, the new development that he has over there from the office space to the little Dunkin' Donuts store and everything else. And that's just really what we want to try and build is, that's what I want to see is be able to see small businesses, that are flourishing as well as being able to keep that vision of the small town feel there. So I thank you for all the comments tonight. Great job on the parks, for Rocky's team. He's our parks director for all the new folks that are here tonight. Rocky and his team has done a great job with the Charlie Daniels. Looking forward to the spring for all of the citizens to come out and just once again enjoy, one of many of our beautiful parks. Just want to remind some folks for the father-daughter dance, February 11th. I know that is a sold-out event, and they're looking to do a second event. I've gotten a couple calls from some dads that are a little upset that we've already sold out, I think, in the first couple hours, which was what a compliment, the fact that we've got so many fathers that want to, continue on that special time with their daughters. Me being one of them, I actually have two daughters there, so looking forward to that, as well as some other board members up here. This past weekend, obviously, we've had a lot of traction with a particular church that is over there off of Old Lebanon Dirt Road. For the residents that have reached out to me and also the other board members up here, thank you. Thank you for giving us your concerns, the communication, some photos. I do understand that, for many of you, this isn't county. So there's not a whole lot of things that we can do as commissioners up here, but we can continue on to work with the county to express our concerns. But this past weekend, obviously, there was some partnership with Mount Juliet Police along with the county. I actually drove down there on Friday and Saturday night. There was cones up. There was a lot of signs, a lot of different officers trying to direct traffic. So just great job to those officers, again, being out there in the dark, taking care of all the challenges. To some of the residents that are here tonight that talked about, our roads, obviously that's something that this board is very, I'd say very passionate about. Okay. We drive on them. We have kids that are also driving. Those are some of the most challenging roads for somebody that's been driving for 31 years, maybe a little bit longer. I was driving down a division and came up on a concrete truck. And now my truck's a Suburban. So you can imagine two big trucks going against each other on such a narrow road. And I'm thinking, hey, one bad turn, somebody gets distracted on a cell phone or whatever. And we've got a lot of students. So yes, that is a very important topic for me. Since I've came on this board, I always talk about safety. That's the first thing. Okay. So I hear you, I'm listening, and we're asking questions, and we're trying to get it, just a plan in place as what some other homeowners talked about tonight. Let's see here. This past week, our county mayor pulled together all the different cities and had like a nice little collaboration again. So we know what's kind of going through different developers, what's going on with different counties, and it's kind of more of a team building option for us. So I just thank the county mayor for him putting that on and opening up the doors when it comes to the school boards, the different, county commissioners and so forth, different mayors, and it just gave us an opportunity to kind of team build and be able to at least talk about what's going on. And again, just to do that collaboration of come up just with new plans. The last thing is obviously there's some discussion on this Western Connection, along with, some concerns, stormwater, along with, some land issues. You're absolutely right. This is a challenge. This is a challenge for us to basically make sure that we do not affect the farmers that have put, their families multiple generations through this. You're talking 4, 5, 6 generations. Absolutely. Last thing we want to do is take away from a farmer. Or the last thing we want to do is take away from somebody's property that they've been there just as long. So we're looking at every option possible. Absolutely. We're having community workshops. We're having discussions. We're having tabletops. Believe me, folks, I'm telling you right now, to anybody out here that they think this is a part-time job, it's not. It's a full-time job and then some. It really is. And every one of us board members up here, we work full-time. And for my job, I put anywhere between 55 to 60 hours a week in my normal job. And I love this right here. I love this. And I love it because of you. Every single one of you. I don't care if you're calling me, you have a bad day, you're calling me about a challenge, you're calling me about something positive. I'm telling you folks right now, I appreciate everybody calling me. I do. Even if you're having that bad day and you're upset about something, absolutely. I want to hear about it. Why? Because we want to get it fixed. If there's something in the road, I want to make sure we clean it up. If there's, a challenge with a piece of land, I want to be able to take care of it. And I'm happy the fact that we got some folks here from the West Coast. I was just out there between Christmas and New Year's. And I'll tell you right now, sir, I'm glad you're here. And I understand why you say Mount Juliet is way better and you want to change your birth certificate. Because I couldn't tell you right now what exit to get off of because I couldn't tell what the street signs were. They were graffitied. Folks, I'm telling you right now, the West Coast, they changed so many rules, codes, and regulations that I have to deal with on a daily basis for my job. They're part of the problem. But you know what? People's moving from there because they didn't fix it. Now, absolutely, we do not want to sit here and become another California. Absolutely not. But we want that hometown feel. So for me, I'm listening. Okay. And we do have a plan up here. We got a big plan and we're looking long term. I promise you that this board up here, from listening to every one of these, city officials, along with all the department heads, they all take every bit of this 100%. They're asking questions. We're going to different cities. We're trying to find out what are the challenges. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just got to find the right wheel that works for us. So I'm hearing you all. Please continue on to reach out to me because I'm listening. So thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll recognize Commissioner Hefner.
Thanks, Mayor. I do appreciate everybody coming out. It's great to see standing room only. That shows me that you care about the community that you live in. And I appreciate the comments by Vice Mayor Trevette. We do not take these decisions very lightly. A lot of thought goes into them. So we at the end of the day, we want to do what's right for the citizens that live here and future residents. I want to remind everybody, I do have an office, a city commission office. It is over at Vintage Station North. I know I don't state that enough. I've had it for over 2 years now, pay for it out of my own pocket. I'm there Monday through Fridays. On the screen, if you get your cameras out, you can actually put your camera up to that QR code and you'll get all my contact information. Yes, I'm a high-tech redneck. You'll get all my, including my photograph too, by the way. So, and the address for my office, which is again, Vintage Station North. Travis, I appreciate you putting that up. Last week was a busy week for me. In my district, we had a walkthrough at Kelsey Glen. Kelsey Glen is turning over that community, the Jones Company. Builder is turning that over to the homeowners association, which is now controlled by the actual homeowners and not the builders. So I really appreciate the board members that came out and did that walkthrough, which is one of many walkthroughs that we're going to embark on. So we want to make sure that Jones Homes is going to be finishing up on some of the things that need to be addressed before turning that over. So appreciate City Manager Kenny Martin for coming out with me and walking that, as well as Public Works Director Andy Barlow and his staff. Also, we had, I want to thank District 4 Commissioner Jennifer Mullally for hosting a town hall last week as it relates to an agenda item that we have on the agenda for tonight. So I appreciate you hosting and sponsoring that for us. Had a traffic commission meeting, first one I attended. Since I've been here, it's now going on a little over 2 years, and I understand it was the third time they met in 15 years. So it had to do with speed humps. So that was an interesting meeting, and I think the end result was we got to hear from the citizens during that meeting. So you'll see an agenda item tonight, an ordinance that I'm looking to amend that will allow citizen comments before we put in speed humps if it passes tonight. Also, too, I want to speak about. I'm glad I didn't hear too much bashing of apartments. People that live in apartments. I hope I don't. I actually live in an apartment, so I appreciate appreciate that we didn't get too deep into that. But I am concerned about the growth. It's going to happen, but it needs to be smart growth. We need to make sure that when we are approving projects, that we are mindful of the impact that those projects are going to have on our community, not just from a roadway and traffic standpoint, but also from emergency services standpoint. We also have to take into account the school board and how that's going to impact our school systems. Every project is different. They're very unique in their own manner. I look at every project 360 degrees around it. I look at the quality, I look at the location, and ultimately I look, how is this going to benefit the citizens of Mount Juliet? How is this going to make this community better? So those are the factors that I look into it. This is not a rubber stamp. We see it on social media all the time. We're always rubber stamping. We don't rubber stamp projects. If you only knew what you didn't know, my district is the fastest growing district in the city, bar none. And if you only knew the projects that I've seen and met in my office and everywhere else around town that never made it to the Planning Commission, because I couldn't get behind it. And these developers, these builders are looking for my support. So I wish there was some insight, some visibility in the projects that you never saw and you're never going to see. But ultimately, the ones that do make it to the board, to the Planning Commission, which I also sit on, I do think 360 degrees around it and how that impacts the community. So I don't take it lightly. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'll recognize Commissioner Mullally.
Okay. First, I do want to thank everyone for coming out. I love to see this room packed. It's very few times if this room is packed like this. And so, you know, the citizens are paying attention, and that's good. So I also want you to know that I hear you, and those who interact with me that I talk to know that I hear you because I respond to you. Every email, text, phone, social media, whatever it is, I respond to you. I talk to you, and I listen. We may not always agree on everything, but I hear you. That's it. So it's your feedback is important to me, whatever it is. I don't know what project you're here about tonight, if you're for it or against it, but whatever, I just thank you for coming and making your voices heard. Yeah, Commissioner Hafner is right. There's so many projects that don't make it anywhere that y'all just don't know how many just get turned around. I mean, denied because of various reasons. And I know from the public standpoint, it seems like we approve just everything, but that's not true. That's not the case. Sam is right. This is a hot seat. These are hot seats up here. It's very difficult to make decisions sometimes because there's public demand. The public wants what the public wants. You want things, but there's a lot you don't know also that has to be taken into consideration. Like Commissioner Hefner said, there's a lot to consider with each project, and each project is different and unique from the others. So he's completely right about that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that up front. So thank you all very much for being here. And since there's so many here, in case you don't know, I do a monthly newsletter every single month, and it has a lot of good information about it. And yes, it is tailored around my district, which is District 4, but I also have a lot of general city stuff in there as well. If I hear of a new restaurant opening or something like that, you know, that's in there. I give updates on decisions that we make, and like the work sessions that we have. For example, tonight we had the police headquarters work session about cost estimates. I include things like that. I also include a long list at the bottom of our road projects. A lot of you, if you don't see construction equipment on the road, you think nothing is happening, but that's not true. And I want you to know that there's so many phases to go through on these road projects, whether it's city roads or TDOT, state roads. And so I include the majority of the major ones in my newsletter. And each month, if there's a status change from the month before, I put that in green so that you don't have to read through it again, so that you can see if when that needle moves. So there's progress being made. So anyway, if you aren't aware and would like to subscribe, jennifermullally.com. All you have to do is enter your name and email, and you'll be signed up. Or text me, email me, whatever your email, I'll be glad to sign you up. So saying that, Commissioner Hefner's right. I did hold a town hall on the 12th regarding the Providence Central PUD amendment. The developer was there and the engineer, and they gave their proposal of what's on the agenda tonight. Elected body was here, staff members, PD, thank PD for being there, and everyone that came out to the town hall. Both sides were presented for and against, and I think it was a good meeting. It pretty good turnout. So I think it was a good meeting overall. And I would like to thank Grace Baptist Church. They've always been real good for letting me hold my town halls there, and I just want to thank them for that. And then one last thing, and again, when you go home tonight, there's a lot of you, whether you're for or against something, that aren't going to be happy either way. So, because there's people here that support projects, there's people here that oppose projects. So some of you aren't going to be happy either way. So again, Sam is right. These are hot seats up here, and we have to make the best decision how we feel is long-term is the most beneficial to the city. And one last thing, I'm a member of BPAC, which is Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and one of our members, Diana Vergara, lost her dad unexpectedly, and they're all just devastated. So he was the pillar of their family, and I just want to, recognize her, and just if you would just keep her family in your thoughts and prayers. It's Diana. And so I attended the memorial service, and it was just absolutely beautiful. So that's what I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll recognize Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. Want to tell you a little bit more about my new granddaughter. She is 3.5 pounds now, and she's still in the hospital, but she's getting ready to come home. She wore her first onesie today, and that's pretty much all I got. I'm going to tell you all the rest when I vote here in a few minutes. Y'all look forward to that. By the way, I've been on the hot seat here for 18 years, and it is painful. I will let you know that. So these newbies have to get used to that. Thank y'all for coming out.
Thank you, sir. I'll add, thank you all for coming out tonight and speaking to address this. I hate sometimes to sit here and be the bad guy that says, don't clap, let everybody get a chance to speak. Let's keep it to 3 minutes. This is all codified in city code, and I get to be the one to remind everybody. So for that, nothing personal. I'm glad you're here. I don't mean to cut anybody off, but we have to keep the meeting rolling. Some of you are really good speakers. I mean, y'all should maybe consider going on tour for some of the stuff you've done, because you're doing a good job. I do appreciate it. And, we have a lot of things to consider. And I know there's some times out there, and I read it too. We talked about the rubber stamp, things getting approved, everything gets through. Sometimes when it gets to this point, it's you see a lot of things that get to us do get approved. And that's because so much of the stuff before it ever got to us has been dismissed, or so many people have sat down with us and pitched a concept idea, or whatever it may be. And it never even got going on that. So there's a lot of things to consider for as infrastructure that's been brought up and talked about. One of the things that we did at the last meeting was, and I know it was mentioned earlier, was a commitment to 25 million to that interchange out there. That is ironically, before the inflation boom, more than the amount that TDOT estimated the interchange would cost itself. So we've committed that as a city because we've got to move that one forward. That is one project that TDOT, of course, cannot phase in. We're doing everything that we can to work with the state on those things. One of the estimates I read is that TDOT has upwards of $38 billion in backlog for its projects. So if we don't come forward and put some serious skin in the game as a community, we're going to be in a situation to where it becomes dire. That it's about the survivability of our city is long term as to getting some of these things done. It's kind of for the same reasons you're not seeing a lot of progress on Central Pike up until this point from the state, and a part of that is because of the backlogs. The improvements, the construction that you see out there is being delivered to us at the cost of developers. The developers are the ones that are actually out improving the roads for us, building the new roads in this situation. It's not always the case. Some of these things are city projects and state projects, but it's the cost between being able to, as a municipality, how many state projects can we take on as a municipality to improve? And it's not feasible to have one of the lowest or the fifth lowest property tax in the state, and then at the same time assume that we can take on additional state projects on this. A lot of the problems that we have, and I hear it say many times, stop growth, quit growing, don't approve anything. And I know you referenced the moratoriums that are out there. And if we got to the point to where we placed a moratorium on this city, the problem with it is you cannot get to an interstate if you live in the county without going through a municipality. I think on the outside, there's one exit that's outside of a municipality, but you can't get to an interstate. And we're seeing growth that goes on outside the city. We're seeing new developments approved down there. And that's the reality of this, is sometimes is by right, and people have the right to develop their land if they so choose to. It's sometimes a debate to what level's appropriate at various areas and what can be done and this, that, and the other. But everybody's got a right to some extent to develop land. And we could stop in Mount Juliet approving anything, but then we lose ability to partner with developers to do improvements. And we're seeing millions of dollars brought to the table in many cases to do improvements that's going to fall on the taxpayers. We can either borrow the money, we can work. And that's, I think the theme you hear up here is it's not a pro-growth or an anti-growth. It's about working with what's coming around us to deliver the best value we can with what we have on the table. Sometimes a no vote is not that it won't happen. It just means that project won't happen. And that doesn't mean that sometimes you just turn around and develop what you can do legally by right, or if another project's out there. So it's always a balancing act sometimes. And again, I know I'm not trying to make excuses for things. There's not a person at this table that has to be at this table. So we know what we're facing. We know what we have. A good example of it is talking about the Western Connector. We've got, I don't know how many different combinations you can make out of those, of options on the table, but every one of those has its challenges. Some are extremely expensive. Some are cheaper. Some impact more people. Some impact less people. Some make more sense just where they're at. Some have environmental things that they will impact going through that have to be factored into it. Some require the relocation of utilities. Some don't. And that's all time and money that takes to get those. So each one of those options, and when it's said and done, and I know one gentleman asked, this is how soon are you considering doing this? And he alluded to lawsuits. I don't know if the lawsuits are so much the problem. It's the paying for it once you get started on this. It's where you start. It's the time it takes. And many times you talk about just the widening of the bridge across Mount Juliet Road. I don't know if everybody realizes it. You see when the construction shows up, but that project started back in 2014, and that's the timeline it takes to deliver on these things. We've got projects out there that are, I think it's Commissioner Mullally was saying that we've got projects out there that have been in the works for years, and you wouldn't know from looking that there'd been any progress made on it. But I've joked sometimes with our public works director, it's like a 45-step checklist before we can even get a cone out on the road. And all these things take time. There's various agencies in it. And I'm not trying to make excuses or any of that stuff. I'm just trying to say that there's a lot going on, and sometimes it isn't always apparent that there's anything in the works. So I would say that our staff works very hard to try to do the right things. Sometimes up here, it's the question, and face it, I mean, I'm not naive enough to know how elections work either. I've run many times, and people have told me, almost a compliment, well, you were the lesser of two evils. So that's what we face sometimes up here as a board too when we're considering things. It's almost sometimes like I feel like we're considering what's the lesser of two evils in some cases, because we have a lot of things we can do, but some things we can't just say that's going to stay woods, or this won't develop, or that won't develop. So we work on that. But with that, I'm being very sincere. I do appreciate you being here, the input. I'd like to sit down with every one of you if I could and talk with you and just talk about the impacts or this or that and our options that we have on the table. But I'm going to move on for just a bit, and I'm going to say I want to thank our police department for the efforts that they put in over the weekend. We've got some challenges out there with traffic on 11 Dirt Road. It's primarily one church, I think, in individual that is causing this, and don't say any of that to target the church. Anyways, you're welcome. Anyone's welcome to have church and meet and everything else, but We also have other churches in our community that meet on a weekly basis. And some of them, and I notice, and I'm sure you do too, when you drive to and from church on Sunday, that they at their own expense pay for officers to be out there to direct traffic. So we've had to take that on. Not that the church itself falls inside the city limits. It does not. I get a lot of questions about the noise ordinance on that. We do in the city have a noise ordinance. But the noise ordinance is enforced from the point of the origin, not from the impact, unfortunately. I know the county, Wilson County, that has jurisdiction over the church itself, is working through those things. I'm sure they'll have more things coming. We were out there because Old Lebanon Dirt Road is a city road, and we were out there to ensure that Old Lebanon Dirt Road, that traffic keeps moving to the best of our ability to keep it moving. And we were out there to make sure that cars were not parked and blocked, and people were behaving in unsafe practices out there by parking cars and leaving them, and respecting the private property that was owned out there by other individuals. I've gotten a lot of phone calls about it. I see some of you, I've talked to you on the phone about it and tried to explain the best I can what's going on. But there's others of you out there saying you hadn't called me, and that's true. I haven't. I cannot physically return all the calls on this as fast as I'd like to, but I will. We also had recognized at 6 o'clock, Mr. Sellers, and he made a comment that I want to point out. He says, you know, when you go through the city of Mount Juliet on the approval process, it's painful sometimes to get approval for the standards that we have. And it was interesting that he said that. And we had another individual down in Providence that just opened up back in December, and they responded and said the same thing. You know, it was difficult working to get approval in this city, but now that it's done and we've got the product that we've got built, we've got something built it's built right, it's gonna last. And they said, you know, this is not what we would have done left on our own, but you forced us to build something here, and it's probably the nicest one that we have in the country. And that says a lot to the staff and the design efforts that go into it. I want to send my condolences to the Patel family for their loss. And that's a member of the community that's been involved for many years in this community. Who all is here, if I could, just a show of hands, if you're here about the Western Connector? Okay, that's what I thought. The majority of you are here for the Western Connector. We have a little dilemma that I want to be as graceful as I can in handling it. We don't allow standing in the chamber, but if the commission, and once we get to the business portion of that, I'm going to ask that the Western Connector piece of that be read first. And at that point, if you want, you can object and we'll do it then, but that's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to try to remove that to the beginning of the agenda here. So if that's your only reason for being here, and you wouldn't mind sharing a seat after that, it could help us out in two different ways. So with that, I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to offer the floor to our city manager for his comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. Thanks everybody for coming out tonight. I see a lot of familiar faces. What the mayor said segues real well into what I want to say, and I'll make it real quick. Is I see a lot of people here that I've known for many, many years. When I come to work at this city 33 years ago, Miss Sheila 34, I was the 5th police officer. Fast forward 13 years later, I'm the police chief. And within 2 years of my tenure, I think it was, we lost 2 officers out on the interstate, Jerry Mundy and Johnny Music. And a lot of you remember that because you lived here at that time. For us, that was the first officer ever lost, I guess you'd say, in our corporate limits, keeping people safe. So I heard everybody talking. I always make sure to make eye contact with anybody anytime they come to the mic, because we're only as good as the people we keep safe. Safety is priority number 1 for our city. So I want to commend the commission and you all, because we went from 5 police officers to being one of the first police departments in the state, not just of its size, but in the state. Even long before the Metro Police Department did in Nashville, this city had body cameras and LPR cameras. And if you watch every day, you get these little reports that tells you, we're going to keep you safe. That's going to be priority number 1. Not too many years ago, about 10 years ago, we didn't have a fire department. We had a fire department many years ago, but the city chose to sort of let the county take that over and gave them all the equipment. And we had like what's called a joint force. And then you fast forward, and then we end up starting our own fire department. Well, in 10 years, we not only created one of the best fire departments in the state of Tennessee, we're also now fixing to start our own EMS division, because we didn't feel like what we had was necessary. It wasn't that it wasn't adequate, but more is always better when it comes to emergency services. My dad in Willoughby Station, when he was serving as one of the reserve officers, for our police department. He served for about 15 years at no cost whatsoever to the citizens. Had a massive heart attack in Willoughby Station. And it had not been for WEMA and emergency personnel and police showing up there, he probably would not have lived. So I just wanted to let you know when you guys talk, I get it. When I look in the room, the only thing that keeps anybody here from being related is either through marriage or blood, right? But in God's eyes, we're supposed to be brothers and sisters equally. So I can tell you this, one thing we will not scrimp on in this city is going to be safety. That is just not going to happen. And when somebody mentioned trash and graffiti and things of that nature, what you invest in this community is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. My wife taught here for 40 years. She'll turn 65 in April this year. We got 4 grandbabies in this community, and I got one son, and a daughter-in-law. And I can assure you, I will not let it go backwards in any shape, form, fashion, nor will these people. We talk about it a lot of times. This city's only had a property tax for, I don't know, a real property tax of 11 cents just for a few years now. And everything we operate off of is mainly sales tax for the most part. It's not property tax. I just want to let you know that when you go to sleep, for me, the most important thing is that you feel safe. And I know they feel that way. It's priority number one. That's why the majority of our money goes into safety. So I'm really thankful for that. For the bridge, for example, widening, it's used by, I want to say 30,000 cars. I don't know if Mr. Bartle's here a day. And just a small percentage of those are actually from the city. A lot of our traffic comes from the interstate and also south of Mount Juliet from Rutherford County and Davidson County. If you've ever traveled to I-24 and you make that trek, you'll understand that. So everybody hears you loud and clear. We appreciate you being here. We know how important your time is, and we're thankful for you, and we promise to keep you safe. That's the most important thing. And Mayor, that concludes my report, all except for on a good note. I know I get calls all the time because of the role I'm in about new businesses and people wanting new restaurants. I can tell you, hang on to your hat if you really do want new restaurants and things of that nature. Organic grocery store seems to be the thing we get a lot of calls about. So we're working diligently on that, and there seems to be a lot of interest. So shop local if you can, because a lot of these folks have invested their life savings, mom and pop businesses in particular, to make Mount Juliet what it is and the conveniences we have. So thank you, everybody, for coming out. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. With that, we will move into the business portion of the agenda. And as promised, I would like to move our loan resolution, which is 1116, to the front of the agenda to be considered. Second. I'll make that a motion then. As I got a second, all in favor of moving that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So with that, we're going to make one change right off the bat here with the agenda. And I'm going to read 11.6, a resolution to support a north to south route for the connector road to be South Green Hill Road, Lebanon Road to West Division. Got a motion? And a second. The item is on the table. Is there any comments on that you would like anyone to make on this? Commissioner Mullally?
Is Andy here? I'd like to invite Andy Barlow, Director of Public Works, up. You had mentioned that you're going to be bringing a resolution soon. So we might want to consider deferring this and then come back with one resolution.
Yeah. Let me recognize our Public Works Director, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Barlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Andy Barlow, 71 East Hill Street. And yes, Commissioner Mullally, one of the things that we've gone through, we've been able to go through all of the public comment cards, well over 200 that we received. And I think there is an overwhelming public response on that, particularly for selected alignments on that. And so it would be our recommendation to have one resolution just basically stating a preferred route on that, as we see. And I think, as the mayor alluded to, there's any untold number of combinations you can come up with. It is our desire, because of I think a lot of the public uncertainty to what this could look like and how it should be, to have it just be one designated route via resolution. And so, I mean, we could pass this tonight, but I think we could kill two birds with one stone and just have one resolution.
So I'd like to.
Commissioner?
So I'd like to motion to defer and then get the language set between the two resolutions and then come back with one resolution instead of having two.
I'll second. Any questions or comment on the advisement of deferral on this one? Commissioner Justice?
I would actually, the only debate that we're allowed to have on deferral is whether or not it's a timing issue. And I think if these people have showed up here tonight to get this laid to bed, that was my reason for the proposal to begin with. All we're looking at is the first leg being from Lebanon Road to West Division. And to get the city out of these people's minds and hearts as far as what we're going to do to their property. So I don't think that deferring this does anything but kick a can down the road that we don't need to be kicking. At this point, what we need to do is go ahead and decide that we're going to go from this point to the other point, being in the West Division side. And then from there, Mr. Barlow can come in with any other option he wants to from that point, and we'll vote on that. Yeah, but I'm getting phone calls from these people. I'm hearing on Facebook and Nextdoor and all the rest of the social media. I'm talking to these people in restaurants, that do not want us going through a Century Farm. That's the reason for this proposal right now. We don't need it on their minds. They deserve to have peace of mind. We need to be the ones to give it to them, and we need to go ahead and do that.
I will say, even just in full transparency here, whether this passes or not, this is could be changed in the future. So this doesn't lock it down. I want to be fully transparent about this. Another commission could change it, or another plan could be presented, or they could run into obstacles. So I want you to know that a resolution will express the will of the Board of Commissioners, but it's not infinitely binding. So, but anyone else, Commissioner Trevette, on deferment?
On the deferment, well, obviously, there is, thank you to everybody that came out here tonight. There is a lot of challenges that we're trying to get through. So deferment, obviously, I would like to hear what Mr. Barlow has, just because of the fact that, that we did have a engineering firm come out and give us some information that has not been given to us yet. There has been some survey cards. As much as I do not want to kick this because of the fact that residents are here, I totally respect that, folks. I mean, I really do. But I also want to respect that we, as the board, we look and we check the box, okay? And we check the box to make sure that, hey, we didn't miss anything and we didn't throw out any false pretenses as well as confuse anyone. Because again, we just spoke about this earlier that, hey, there's a lot of different plans that come to us and we look at, different evaluations. So out of respect of the subject matter expert that's standing up behind his podium right here and his team that he works with this new information, I am going to be supporting it tonight to defer it. So I do apologize for folks that do want to come back out for the second meeting. I would like to hear more about it from this time until then. Please reach out to me. If you need my number, if you don't have it, I don't have a QR code handy yet. I don't have the email address handy yet, but I've got a stack of business cards. You can just simply ask for it, and I'll love to hear from now until the next meeting. Mayor, that's what I have.
Anyone else on the advisement of deferral? Commissioner Hefner?
A lot of people came out to hear us discuss this. I think if after we have some deliberation on this and I have some of my own questions answered and we talk through it and just open the air on this, then if there's an opportunity or if we want to defer it, we can defer it. But deferring it before we even have a conversation about it and I have an opportunity to ask my questions, I think we just wasted a lot of people's time.
Okay, I'll put the motion.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I second, so I'll concur with that to pull it. I see there's will to discuss this further. It's definitely not something I don't think anybody's trying to hide or scoot you out tonight just to make you drive, see if you'll drive back. It's not the goal. So who would like to go first? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, sir. I want to point out the sections on here that says whereas. the route from Lebanon Road to West Division utilizing South Green Hill Road would be the preferred route. Remember, we were given three options. Mr. Barlow, is that correct? Two of those options went through the Ligon Farm, the other one went down to, so they, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we were given three options. The reason this is on here is that we were putting into a resolution as the will of the body that this is the preferred route and not to go through the Ligon Farm. We also know, well, let me stick with this. South Green Hill Road has been less than functional for many years. The improvements are needed. They're needed now. And I'm not saying go down through here and wholesale put a 5-lane highway through the middle of it, but we have enough impetus at this point to put a $1.5 to $2 million roundabout in the middle of it. I would think that if we're going to make that kind of an improvement on a road that's not even in the city for the biggest part, then we would commit to go ahead and take it into the city and do the improvements, especially when we know that Wilson County, who has jurisdiction at this time, is not going to make those corrections. We need to be the one to do it. The openness of the area to the south will provide for greater accessibility with less overall negative impact. And again, when I say that, I saw the Smith family. She got up and spoke earlier. Her family's been friends of mine for years. This is not to say that we're going to widen that road to the point where we're taking houses out. That's not what we're saying at all. We're saying this is the preferred route of the three that we were given as a proposal by the Public Works, by our engineer, Mr. Barlow. That's all I'm saying. This also gives us the opportunity to avoid negative impact to what I consider historical agricultural lands. You know, we're talking about a man and his family that have had a farm in this area for almost 300 years. Now, I made this point a little bit earlier, and my point was at that time that when you put this kind of stress onto that family's farm, you're also putting them in a position where there's consequences and impacts that we don't even look at. One of those being, and I do know some farms, I'm not saying that the Ligon family does this, but some farms will go in and they'll go to the bank and get loans to pay for that year's planting or whatever crop they may have. Well, if we have just said as a city that we're going through the middle of their property, then we just inversely condemned their property. We devalued their property without taking a single official action. We didn't do anything. All we basically said is your values will be less in the eyes of those who are looking from the outside in. Now, I know Mr. Marchetti's over there. He just rolled his eyes and probably almost fell out of his chair when I said that, because that's my unlegal opinion. But if you'll look it up, just pull it up and look at the definition of inverse condemnation, you'll see that I'm right. We have got to get control of the growth. We have to do this by establishing control over the existing roads that we've got. And we need to be able to take care of the roads that we've got before we start going out here and building new ones. We haven't done that yet. So again, this resolution tonight is not to go out here and tell you we're going to go through the middle of the South Green Hill Road and widen it to the point where we've got another basic Lebanon Road or interstate going through these people's subdivision. That's not what we're doing. All we're doing at this time is establishing a preferred route, and then they can use that as the target to come from the south. We're going to be the last one. It's going to be 20 to 25 years by his own admittance before any of this happens anyway. And the mayor is absolutely correct. We cannot bind another commission to something of this nature. They can come back in, but I promise you, if they come back in 4 years from now, whether I'm in this seat or whether I'm not, I'm going to be up here fighting it. We need to leave these farms alone. Let them grow. They're actually a part of what built Mount Juliet into what it is. Let's don't throw them in the trash.
Commissioner Mullally?
And for what it's worth, I agree. I did not support, I've already publicly stated that I did not support the Tate Lane option. I've already stated that publicly several times to several different people that I didn't like that option. So yes, I didn't like that on the Century Farm. So I think Tate Lane also is just too far to the east. It's too close to Mount Juliet Road anyway. I just felt it needed to be further west. So and because of that, it was agreed. I mean, I agreed to sign on as a co-sponsor for this resolution. My only point was when talking to Andy, he is going to be bringing a resolution to saying what we're going to do versus what we're not going to do. So I didn't see any point in having two resolutions when we could have one. So that was the whole point for the deferral.
Thank you. Commissioner Trevette, our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, a lot of good points here tonight, even from the residents. As you guys see, you know, all of us are up here taking notes. I mean, we're listening as you come up, you're talking, we're taking notes. Runoff, visibility, storm drains. There were some of the three highlights. That's what I'm looking forward to, getting this road on the list, if it's a possibility, from this gentleman's team up here. Absolutely. That if that's one of the recommended spots, then that's what I want to support. I am a co-sponsor along with some other board members up here tonight. You know, as Commissioner Justice stated, you know, the city, along with, you know, the developers have invested 1.5 million roughly on this roundabout. The city also invested several hundreds of $1,000s from the train track over to Division. It's kind of a no-brainer. I mean, we've already set the standard. Hey, we're trying to improve these roads, and I drive up South Green Hills many times. The road is narrow, blind spots, as well as just, you know, it's just it is kind of shaving off those lines as well. So there needs to be some improvements. It is a county road. It's actually right butted up next to my district. We've got 753 homes in Willoughby, 656 in Hickory Hills. We've got another 98 that's coming up. Right, I'm sorry, 68 that is in the phase 4 up there behind St. Stephen's. Not to mention what's coming from the county, which is right there behind, you know, my subdivision, which is Hickory Hills. So we're looking at, I think, another 280 with Cambridge. There's got to be something that we got to be able to fix. And these roads, absolutely. I talked about it earlier. They're narrow, they're unsafe, and one slight move. We all have enough distractions. Okay, everybody in here, y'all look like you guys are just, you know, been driving for a little bit, right? You know, we don't have too many teenagers in here tonight, but absolutely, one distraction, one phone call, one look down. You know, one kid in the back seat gets an argument. You look away and guess what? You're in a ditch. Since I've lived here just on Division in South Green Hills, I'm telling you folks, there's a lot of accidents. This city, which I don't see that gentleman that was talking here from California, but I'm telling you, we're trying to fix these roads. You know, and we're looking for developers to help us out. We're looking for grants. We're looking for, you know, change underneath the couch, under the chairs. We're doing whatever we can to save money and keep our taxes low, as well as trying to make sure that we get our infrastructure fixed. As the mayor stated earlier, the growth's coming, folks. You know, I talked about this in 2013 when I sat down there in front of Wilson County's school board. Kids were sitting 4 to a bus, 4, in some cases 5 middle schoolers. Imagine 5 kids, yes, 5 on a school bus. Some kids were sitting in the aisleway. That is unsafe. That's what's coming. That's already here. So what are we going to do? We got to fix these roads. We got to make, you know, hard choices. And as some of the commission up here said, we're not going to please everybody. It is a hard job. It really is. So I'm just going to reiterate all this. We are going to look to the subject matter experts, and we're going to try and make the best decision for what we're seeing here tonight and what's to come in the future. So thank you.
Commissioner Hefner.
Thanks, Mayor. For transparency, I don't think this is going to be the case, but Gino, I own some property on South Green Hill Road. It's a development that was approved last year, 18 homes, single family homes. So I want to make sure there's no conflict of interest. It's under contract, so.
No conflict.
No conflict. Okay. I'm going to speak for the board. I mean, we saw these options the same time the public saw these options, and I'm talking about the BOC. When we had the work session, that's when we saw the options. So I've got some questions that I want to ask publicly and get the responses to. We were presented with a couple of different options for that northern sector. How were those determined? Are there any other options besides Tate Lane, South Green Hill Road, why with just those two? And why? And are there any other? Can we? And I know that's a question. It's a lot of questions to try to, if you can't summarize it, but I'm trying to understand that there's a lot of land. There's potentially looking at the maps and the property lines. To me, as a layman, I'm saying, well, maybe this is a better route. So I need to understand that. And then also, what are we talking about in terms? We're not talking about building Golden Bear Parkway down. No, this is not a 5, 6 lane, 7 lane thoroughfare. This is a 3-lane road. So
Let me
2 lanes in a.
Do you have additional questions? And I'll get him up. Or let's do this. I'll just recognize our Public Works Director. I think he's going to say railroad crossings, but we'll see if there's more to it.
Okay. So we'll start there. If you can just give me the general idea, sense of how we came up with these roads and why are there no other options?
Yeah, thanks,
just that
Commissioner.
northern section.
Yeah, and I think the idea, general picture of the project, for people that remember way back, there was a western connector or a western bypass that was talked about, like 5-lane big roadway. This is not that. This is just a 3-lane facility. And so the biggest constraints on the northern side, one is the railroad crossings. Basically, if we had any more at-grade crossings, we'd have to go a bridge over division, kind of like exactly what Golden Bear is. We'd have to go bridge over. And so that obviously is an extra cost. You can utilize existing crossings. The other big point about it is just look at a map and see if you see the Hillview neighborhood. The Hillview neighborhood backs up to the Tate Zumbro land property. And then that goes over to the Wilson Drive property. That's the only vacant land that exists between Mount Juliet Road and South Green Hill Road. Once you get to Wilson Drive area, then you're getting into Mount Vernon Estates, Mount Vernon Woods. And so those all kind of stack up together. So, and then once you get to South Green Hill, there's no gaps further west. You're either going through Willoughby Station or Hickory Hills to try to have something north-south. So really there's literally no vacant land other than the Tate Lane area. Other than that, it's all developed neighborhoods. So that's the biggest constraint. I mean, we want to try to minimize the impacts as much as we can. And, the selections along through the Tate Lane route, really just trying to follow topography, existing crossings. You got your connection point on the south side, the roadway on the north side there, and the connection point. So it's trying to identify those, and then maybe some stream crossings, trying to minimize that, and any other environmental features that were kind of obvious.
So South Green Hill Road has a really bad curve and a dip.
Mm-hmm.
Is that as part of if this were to move forward, and in 10, 20 years, whenever this gets constructed, is that going to be straightened out, or is that hill going to be removed? What are some of the improvements that are going to take place on that road that the county is not going to do? By the way, county doesn't build roads. Wilson County does not build roads. They repair them. So we'll end up having to annex this road into the city of Mount Juliet if we're going to fix any of those safety issues on that road. Am I making a fair and accurate statement?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be resolved?
Yes. And it could be any level. I mean, you could talk full reconstruction, or you could talk just, hey, we're going to do some spot improvements and fix the worst of it. So, I mean, it remains to be seen, but yeah, it'd have to be evaluated.
And what is the anticipated? I know I'm sure there's traffic studies, but what do the traffic studies show that's going to increase? What's the increase of traffic?
We haven't run the volume numbers on this yet because we're trying to get the routes selected first. Once we kind of have an idea of what the routes look like, then we're going to go into further development, try to figure out traffic volumes.
So we're not sure. And again, I said this before, when the roundabout was approved, do you still feel that the roundabout is still going to be constructed in a manner that will not have to be pulling up something that we're spending a lot of money to put in place?
Yeah, that's
regardless
correct.
of the amount of traffic.
Yeah, a roundabout along with like a 3-lane roadway that can handle 15 to 20,000 cars a day. So I don't really have any concerns over that. You can make some geometric improvements at some point in time in the future, but yes, it can handle a substantial amount of growth.
Okay. And last question. With it being a 3-lane, so assuming 2 lanes, either both or 1 lane, both directions, and then a turning lane, how much anticipated, I guess, how much width are we talking about on both sides?
So the total right-of-way width for our minor collector standard is 75 feet total. General roads.
Is that on both sides?
Yeah, that's the total from edge of right-of-way to edge of right-of-way.
Okay.
The pavement width is generally 36 feet.
36 feet both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So what we're looking at. Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir. For me, back up. I don't want to impact farms or any farms or any. I really don't want to impact anybody's property. Period. This is, but we do need to do some work on some roads, and I think that's pretty obvious. I hear it all the time. We need roads. We need to build roads. Why weren't roads built back in the day or back in this time? And why didn't the people that lived in Mount Juliet pay for all the infrastructure before all the new people moved in? I get that question a lot too. So I grew up on a family farm myself. We there's lots of definitions of farms. It's one of those farms where you work really hard. We raise pigs, so you work really hard, sun up, sun down on the weekends, and of course, father worked a full-time job throughout the week, so it was difficult. I think I started paying into Social Security when I was 12 years of age, so I understand all the emotional things. For me on this, and there's nothing to do with the resolution that's wrong or right about it. I don't know, and that's the problem. I stated at the last meeting, I don't have any facts yet on what is the right way to go. What's the cost going to be? What's the impact of one over the other? We haven't got to that point, so it's very hard to me to make a decision other than just an emotional decision, and I'm trying to avoid that to make a fact-based decision about what's best long term for this city on it. But that's kind of where I'm sitting at this moment. Is there any other comments or questions? Commissioner Justice.
The last leg of this is probably going to be 20 to 25 years from now. Mr. Barlow's already told me that we would be on the north end. Hello? The north end would probably be the very last end, the last part, correct?
Yes, correct.
So we're talking about the last leg being 25 years. We were given 3 options, not 4, not 6. And these options were presented to the public as being the 3 options that were optimal by public works standards. We chose one of those 3 options, being the South Green Hill option. So I'm not sure what we're debating here. I'm not real sure why we're asking to kick us down the road to another meeting when we were given 3 options. We're just picking them one of those 3 options. Now, we were given those options, and our public works, our guys they're engineers, and so they know. We've got some really good engineers at Public Works, and so they know what the options are. They gave them to us. We're picking. That's how simple this is. Now, we want to go back over and go through all the logistics of going through a Century Farm, 200-plus-year-old farm. Correct. We got the Tate family. Linda Tate, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. They sit over there. So there's actually 2. We're not just talking about this man's place. And we're talking about going through 2. We're talking about doing this 25 years down the road. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not real sure why we're even talking about this right now. Honestly, if it's going to be 25 years down the road, anything can happen in that period of time. So while this was put out here for the public, and while we were seeing this at a public meeting for the first time ourselves, I'm not sure how or why that happened, but it did. So now we've got to deal with it. We need to go ahead and make a decision. We got the first leg or the last leg kicking it off, and they can use that as a target to come from the south to the north, and then come visit us. But let's just go ahead and make a decision and be done with this. These people deserve that kind of closure on this, and I would appreciate it.
But I think we do. We hear the question a lot of times, why weren't roads built 20 years ago? And that's the same question we're going to be hearing 20 years in the future if we don't get this ball rolling. Do we have to have this northern route meltdown? I don't think so. We're years away from it. But if we're ready to move forward, that's why we asked for it to be brought forward, or why I asked for it to be brought forward, was to get the ball rolling on something, or we'll be sitting in here in 2032. Why wasn't anything done? So, Commissioner Mullally.
Ordinances are permanent, resolutions are not. They're temporary. So resolutions are basically a statement. That's what it is. It's a statement. So nothing's going to happen to the Century Farm if we defer this and get with Public Works and combine the two resolutions and bring back one. So I don't see any point in having two when we can have one. So I'm going to motion that we defer, get with Andy, and combine our language in it and bring back one resolution. That's a motion.
Is there a second? No second on that, Commissioner. I'm ready to vote on this one. I think Commissioner Justice says it's time to do something with this resolution. So, any other questions or comments on this? We're ready to vote? All in favor of the resolution as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. With that, it carries, it passes, and the resolution is passed, and we will see what the next steps in this. But for now, we have nailed down the northern route by resolution. So thank you all for coming out and addressing the commission tonight. So. And there's some chairs freeing up. If you are standing, I would ask that you please take a seat before we continue. Commissioner Trevette?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for a 7-minute break.
I will second that.
Oddball. Thank you.
If there's no objection, we will recess for 7 minutes.
Thank you.
I would reconvene the meeting, but we've lost our quorum, so I guess we'll have to adjourn. Yes, ma'am. I got 2/3 of a quorum. I need one more. I think our police officers are on their way to compel members to the table. All right, we have a quorum, I see now, so we will reconvene the meeting and from our recess, and I'll pick back up with the agenda where we left off. We had just completed 11:06.
Got a special guest you might want to recognize.
Yeah, that is true.
What is that?
He's in the audience.
They dropping off popcorn? No, but I want my Penn Station. You gotta set that up.
All right.
Large.
All right, I'm going to read 11:1 onto the record. I'm going to ask here, if there's no objection from the board, I would like to read 11:1 and 11:2 together. One is the land use, and the other one is the annexation and rezone. Is there any objection to hearing those both at the same time? Yeah, I will read those both onto the record. 11:1, an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as the Villages of South Green Hill, formerly 13506 Lebanon Road, map 53, parcel 152, from thoroughfare commercial to mixed use. That's the one for the land use. The other one is an ordinance to adopt a preliminary master development plan and rezone approximately 23.12 acres of the property located at 13506 Lebanon Road, known as the Villages of Green Hill, map 53, parcel 152, from RS 40 to commercial mixed use PUD. Those two have read onto the record. Is there a motion? Have a motion. Is there a second? A second. They are on the floor. Vice Mayor Trevette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to see if I can get the Public Works, Mr. Barlow, back up here. Is he still in the audience out there?
I don't believe he can get too far.
Okay, I was going to say. The whole room is waiting for Mr. Barlow.
We need the Jeopardy thing, Mayor.
Dun, 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 dun.
What's your question, Vice Mayor?
All right. So my question for Public Works, obviously, we just went through for the vote for South Green Hills. My first quick question I have is the widening. So, Mr. Barlow, you have the set of plans in front of you by chance?
Yes, I do.
Section C200. And my first question is going to be for the detention pond. So obviously there's some discussion about the widening the road that we've just spent almost an hour and 15 minutes talking about. So there's some concerns that I'm going to have with the detention pond as well as the townhomes that are going to be butted up to this South Green Hills. That's my first question. And how is that going to affect this last discussion that we had?
That's a good question. And I think one of the challenges that we see here is you have a stream. So you have the road, you have a stream, and then you have a detention pond. So they're stacked right beside each other. It's very constrained in that area. And so I think there is it is a basic recommendation for me, with the development, any improvements that are done along, especially the frontage of South Green Hill Road, gets done in conjunction with the development. Because we don't want to be, as a city, to come back after the fact and have to improve something. We don't want to. How are we going to impact the stream? Is the stream relocation? Either you relocate the stream and you impact the detention pond, or you're talking walls, or you're talking about the functionality of a pond, or you encapsulate the stream, which is very expensive. And so those kinds of constraints there. We don't want to have to come back and impact residents after the fact. Any improvements that we can do in front of these people impact the people across the street, the people that will be living in here if it gets approved. I mean, those kinds of things, those impacts I like to have those done on the front end rather than later for us to come back. You know, as we stated earlier, the northern piece, which would be South Green Hill Road, we're probably decades out from getting that done. So I think it's a challenge. If and when that happens, we don't know what the environmental regulations are going to be like. We might not be able to do anything on this.
Correct. So the $2.5 million investment that the city is looking at right now between the roundabout, the improvements from the roundabout down to Division would be all the ways, correct? If we have to come back and make any alterations to these townhomes that are butted up against the road, as well as this detention pond, correct?
Well, the improvements to the south would stand on their own. I would say, I think and probably my concerns here mostly is with the traffic that could be coming. I see a pretty heavy demand for traffic at Lebanon Road. A lot of queuing area, left turns, right turns. And so, you know, I honestly see kind of these two ends of South Green Hill Road sort of functioning a little independently, but each have their own merits.
Now, if you don't mind, just, with the South Green Hills light right there that was just installed, and that was pretty difficult to get that lined up, correct?
Correct.
And we went through a lot of painful experiences with traffic, accidents, as well as just pure headache getting out onto Lebanon Road. What do you see the impact for this one entrance development that's going to be coming in and out with commercial and residential?
It's my strong recommendation to have not just the entrance on Lebanon Road, but have the entrance on South Green Hill Road as well. I think if you have just the one entrance on Lebanon Road, you put way more demand on that intersection.
Okay. And then if that's the case, because I know it was discussed, if there was a potential opening that would cost the developer more money, which then they would want to increase the townhome size to make it more dense. And I know that was not recommended for the planning board. Is that your recollection?
I think from the developer side, I don't have to let the developer representative speak on that. The plan that they have to us is the townhomes and then have the condos on the southern end. I think from there, I'd let them speak on it, but I think from an economic standpoint, I think it was more economically feasible for them to have the townhomes on the southern with a connection.
Sure. So the emergency access, so obviously, and I don't know if this is going to go back to you or Mr. Marchetti, one of my biggest concerns, which is, obviously, as we have more developments come in, subdivisions, there is a requirement for 2 entrances for emergency. Is that something that is a variance on this, or is this something how is that being looked for the city requirements on that?
So 99, the way our code reads, is residential. 99 units. Anything more than that requires 2 access points.
So if this developer would want to improve South Green Hills by increasing that, additional, of course, I'm going to be asking him to come up here momentarily, but so there's obviously the concern with the emergency vehicles, the traffic, also getting back on and off to getting in and out of South Green Hills, as well as Lebanon Road. And then, of course, we go back to this detention pond and how is it going to affect the folks across the street? So is there any concern for these other neighbors that were here and maybe still here tonight for those homes?
I think anything on, from that, I think if you have from the roadway perspective, probably one of the bigger things is just having a center turn lane there. The left turn would allow the residents to be able to safely turn into their neighborhood, into their driveways as well, along with this. I mean, you're going to have a little bit of a conflict, but given the fact of a single family home versus what would be a smaller, the conflicts would be pretty minimal.
Okay. Well, obviously, this is not my district. It used to be my district, but since the rezoning, but it is butted up to my district area. And the residents have all reached out to me. They're totally against this project, as am I. For the concerns that many residents were here tonight, that they talked about the traffic, the emergency, the fact that this developer had stated, in the planning meeting that this was going to be the example, the best use of this land, and they're going to be setting an example for the city and future developers. And during those meetings, I will publicly state for anybody that wants to go back and watch these videos, The developer had already cut the garage sizes down to a size that you couldn't get a vehicle in. Well, let's just say a truck in, but of course they fixed that thanks to our planning commission. The lot sizes were, of course, had some issues there. The amenities had some issues. The 10% of common space was an issue. There's a lot of challenges here, and I recommend everybody going back and watching that meeting for the planning meeting. I wish I had the date on that, but there was so many deferrals and so many else things that it was just it's kind of a running joke, in my opinion, for this development to be the example of our city. I was frustrated. I feel it's a waste of my time, and I'd like to hear from the developer to see about what his thoughts are when it comes to what his recommendations are after he sat through an hour and 10 minutes of residents' concerns about South Green Hills, which is going to be an impact on his development as well. So I'd love to hear about what his concerns are, or not his concerns, but I would like to hear more about these additional townhomes and what he can do to help, his future, his future residents, end users, I would call it citizens. I think end users is a proper term right now. I'd like to hear about that, as well as what his plan is going to be for the commercial side. Is he going to leave it a flat piece of concrete, or is he going to actually develop that? So I got two questions: South Green Hills and developing.
Well, Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask you to yield. We do have a resolution, doesn't get full
Oh,
better
sorry.
time, but we're limited to 3 minutes per commissioner. I'm going
I
to
thought
ask
we had
if
5.
anybody else. That's okay. I'm going to ask if there's anybody else that wants to speak, and if not, we'll get you right back on. Is there anybody else, Commissioner?
Say, but I mean, I wouldn't. He's asked.
If you got, how about this? If you have a comment, let's just go ahead and make the comments.
Okay.
Let's get our public works, and then we can just kind of queue them up and see if we can't keep the meeting moving. Then we'll get representation from the developer up here. So, Commissioner Mullally.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to know about the amenities too. I'm not sure that's been satisfied. And I know the space is tight in there. I really wanted to see parking around the pickleball. And I also have a question about lighting. Is lighting included on those courts? Anybody? Don't know?
Commissioner, you were questioning about lighting. Well, who was that for?
Either Andy or the developer.
Andy, do you have any? Not, we'll save it for the developer.
Let's save that for the
We'll yield it
developer.
to them.
Okay.
All right. Anybody
Um,
else have?
oh.
Are you finished, Commissioner?
No.
Could keep going then, please.
All right. The detention ponds, are they going to be required to be put in up front? Because we had that problem on Harrington and Winfield over there. You may have alluded that to a few minutes ago, but I wanted to clarify that.
Yes, and I think the way the storm plan is for this one, it's a little bit more developed than a lot of PMDPs that we might see. But there's one large pond over here, and it is on the South Green Hill Road side of the development. So that would have to go in first.
First.
Yes.
All right. I do like that the suggestion for the sidewalk through the buffer was added. So thank you for that. And that was because there's no parking for pickleball. People would have to park in the commercial parking lot. And so I had asked for a sidewalk to cut through the buffer, the landscaping buffer, so they wouldn't have to walk down to the road and then walk back around. So that's what that is. Other questions I have for the developer, and I have two others, which has to do with the commercial tied in with the COs, and then the construction for the widening on South Mount Juliet Road. Should I ask that now, or?
Well, let's see if anybody else has got
Okay.
any questions for Public Works. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. My question is actually going to be towards the developer as well, because I mean, the plan that we've got is 99 units, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? It's one's up in front of us tonight. Now, I would also, I know that you and I've had some conversations, and now we've gone back to the additional density, but we're talking about adding the connection onto South Green Hill so that people getting out of the development can get to Lebanon Road, rather than putting everything out at Lebanon Road without a red light. So we'll be actually taking everybody out of development, going up to the red light, correct? And then going from that point east or west, wherever they need to go.
Sir, get you your name and address, please.
Nathan Quinn,
The
402.
mic was not on, and since
Everybody
you
hear
weren't
me?
recognized,
Yeah,
it wasn't,
you're good.
it couldn't be heard.
Nathan Quinn, 402 B&A Drive. And again, thanks for letting me speak. We appreciate another opportunity to bring this project to you all, and all the commission members. A lot of residents spoke about this earlier, and we all think, what's our end goal? What's the purpose of what we do? And for me, thinking over the weekend, playing with my daughter, growing up here myself, going to West Elementary, I feel fortunate to be able to make a positive impact and feel strongly that we do things the right way that are to a benefit to the communities that we develop in. And this community specifically, and I think a lot of the elected officials and staff here share that same sentiment. And that's why it takes a long time to get to the BOC, because it needs to be done the right way, because it's Mount Juliet, and because it needs to speak to the character of the city and where the city's heading. And this started in July of last year. And just bear with me, a couple of the major changes we made. We increased the commercial by over 200% to be more in line with what is currently along the Lebanon Road corridor, because it's our understanding that the city would like to develop this commercial corridor out back towards Mount Juliet Road. And we believe the plan we got here is a great example of future development, even given that it's only a 23-acre site. And just to think of the sales tax revenue that creates for the city year over year, we heard that that's the main source of revenue for the city. And this generates a lot of that revenue to support fire, to support police, and creates jobs and business opportunities for small business owners. And we heard people talk about homes becoming for rent, and these are going to be 100% for sale, single family attached homes, 100%. And the plan you see right now, it was actually decreased in density by 18%. Every unit, Vice Mayor Trevette spoke to this, used to have a single car garage. We were able to work with our builder partners, and every unit on here has a 2-car garage. The community's overparked by 200%. There's over 400 parking spots for 99 units. I think that's great. I think it's a very walkable community. To Commissioner Mullaley's point, that's very easy to get to the centralized amenity area. And that's our idea. We do this all over the country, and we try to create spaces for different homeowners and different buyers. And we think this is perfect for first-time home buyers and small families starting out, people looking to downsize. And then the Green Hill Road access, when we did decrease that density, it did eliminate that entrance to Green Hill Road. You're absolutely right. We've heard that that's a concern. We're happy to go back to the previous plan, the all townhome plan that allows for that access to Green Hill Road. And we're happy to work with Public Works on what those improvements should look like and what makes sense given the constraints of that site. We did do a traffic study. We don't know everything. We're not experts ourselves. We rely on them as well. And we work with professional traffic engineers to determine what our impact is now, what it's going to be when it's fully built out in 4 years. And we determined that this plan you see and the one before doesn't have a significant impact on the Lebanon Road or Green Hill Road. But we are happy to go back, and we just appreciate the opportunity to be here. We think this is a great opportunity for people that want to live in Mount Juliet. It's an affordable home, and the Planning Commission spoke to this, the need for affordable homes. There's people that want to live in Mount Juliet, want to go to Wilson County schools, that can't afford to live here. And this is a great opportunity for them to buy homes and for them to live here, play with their sons and daughters and raise their families. And I just hope that one day when my daughter's bigger, that I can take her around and she's proud of what I've done and the contributions I've made to these communities. And if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to. We believe we've answered all of staff and Public Works comments, barring a few items that we're still working through. And if I can answer those, Joe Haddock's from Civil Sites here. And again, thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hefner, you haven't spoke yet. Do you want an opportunity to speak before I circle back to we got two more for the developer?
Appreciate your efforts and listening to my suggestions to reduce the density. A couple of statements. I know there's some opposition on the South Green Hill Road cut, and I think that's primarily for traffic going out and to the north, because I can't imagine anyone going on Lebanon Road and then coming down South Green Hill Road that wouldn't already.
A couple residents with maybe young kids.
Correct. So to me, it's a public safety concern that I have, only having one access to Lebanon Road. The other thing, these are for sale products,
Yes, sir.
and Mount Juliet needs for sale products. I'm a firm belief that the reason we have a lot of high density for rent products getting pitched to the city of Mount Juliet is because we lack for sale products. Quite frankly, we lack this and this particular price point specifically. So you're filling a much needed gap in this community. So again, like seeing for sale products. I attempted, and in the CMU, we increased a couple of years ago the acreage from, I want to say there was no minimum acreage, somebody can correct me on that, to 20 acre minimum for CMU for high density for townhomes, RM8. So RM8 and then CMU. So you're falling right in line with an ordinance that was passed a couple of years ago. So this is, I pushed to get it reduced to 10 acres. But this is a result of ordinances that we've passed. So we're going to see larger townhome developments such as these because the minimum lot size is 20 acres. So I just wanted to make that point. The other thing I want to note on this is you've got almost 50% of the 23 acres is dedicated to open space. Am I reading that correctly on packet page 19? So total open space is 11.43 acres.
Let me double check.
So
Correct. That's correct.
okay, I think pretty significant there. I know a lot of that is made up for the parking and things of that nature. So I will ask that to help offset the costs of the traffic light that was recently put in there and also the expense. I would like to propose an amendment, and I don't know if we're to that point or not, but we'd like to propose an amendment, and I could do that later if there's.
I think Commissioner Justice was alluding to substituting plans. I'm seeing, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll hold off. Okay.
I think that needs to happen because I'd say for me, I shared with you, this is not a path forward for me. So.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll hold any additional comments then. Okay. Wait to hear what.
Mr. Justice.
Thank you.
I've got some issues with there not being any way out onto South Green Hill. Now, so I think you went from 117, actually went from 134 to 117, and now to 99, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I know this is going to sound a little odd when I say this, but if you've got another plan out there with 117 on it, but I'm going to tell you that, they call it, I'm trying to think what they do call it. They call it a volunteer amount of money, in which I think between now and the next reading on that, then we would have an opportunity to sit down and talk about what that needs to be.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to be able to support anything that does not have a way out onto South Green Hill and out to the red light at Lebanon Road. So I'd like to make a motion if we could, since we do have access to that plan. Mayor, would it be appropriate for us to make a motion to substitute that last plan for this one?
I think it's an appropriate motion. I do not have the plan with me, though.
The last one that we saw that, I'm sorry. The
99?
The one that we saw that came out onto South Green Hill Road.
We have
Oh.
we have an overview sheet that that shows the major changes, which is just switching out those villa and units in the southern portion of the site. And if I can approach, I have a copy for each.
Yeah, I haven't seen it
commission
either.
member.
Now this is when the density went back up to 117.
Yeah, we're talking 18 units.
Yeah, I think the driving factor on this one is the South Green Hill Road access, and there is some density differences, yes.
Just changed again. At our request. I know. I mean, it ain't there to do it. So just keep adding it to the next page.
And this is the previous plan that staff has reviewed. It features 117 townhomes. There's 2 access points, one on South Green Hill Road. Both would be well lit, and we would make any necessary improvements to those entrance points to ensure safe ingress and egress.
So you made a motion to amend.
Correct.
With this plan.
Yes, sir.
Now that we have the plan, is there anybody willing to second the substitution? I'll second this. Yeah. Any questions or comments on the advisement of replacing what we have at the table with I guess you'd say the previous plan? And I think Commissioner Hefner is asking for the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, just one question. With the current density 99, the current plan, could you not add an access point to South Green Hill Road?
The issue we run into by having to add that additional cost is having to add additional monumentation, add those roadway improvements, puts a substantial burden on the development cost to make those tie-ins and to make those improvements and contributions along South Green Hill Road. And this is an effort to find a balance between the density and the 2 access points.
So it's a money thing.
Absolutely. It's an
Means
issue
profit
of
thing.
cost. No, it's not profit. It's all cost. And to be able to do something that when we're at 99 units, there's no need for from a zoning perspective or a traffic requirement from our study. We just found it to be more of a fair compromise, that if the intent is to add a access point back to South Green Hill Road, that it be warranted.
So adding an additional, I guess we're back up to 117, so 18 units.
117 total units.
So we're proposing to add 18 to pay for an exit out on South Green Hill Road.
Plus the roadway improvements that we said we'd work through with Public Works on Green Hill Road.
So the roadway improvements go away on the 99.
We're just trying to find a balance point. We're not trying to say it's the issue we run into is, like we said, we pay a lot of money to people that do this for a living and professional engineers that run these traffic studies, and we trust their judgment. And when they put their stamp on it and say that at 99 lots, the one entrance on Lebanon Road can handle the commercial and the residential, and when we have the 117 unit configuration and 2 entrances, that the existing configuration of South Green Hill Road and Lebanon Road can also handle that without any significant impacts that warrants any additional improvements. We're just trying to strike a balance with the city on that and find what's reasonable for both parties to help make improvements along Green Hill Road while also building a great community that fills a gap, like you said, for affordable homes.
I get it. But I'd like that lower density on the southern part of this, because you're putting higher density backed up against those current residential lots. So I like the lower density in the villas, I think is what you're calling them.
That's what we're calling them. And what we found when talking to the residents that are immediately adjacent is their major concern was that they thought we were going to bring apartments here, and the significant landscape buffers that we're going to provide behind those units is going to minimize the impacts to any residents that it borders, whether it be villas or townhomes. And Luke Winchester spoke to it at Planning Commission, the need for transitional zoning, and we believe this is that zoning to go from commercial to single-family attached homes to existing single-family detached homes that are adjacent to the property. And again, we're just trying to work with staff and everyone and find a fair compromise, and it's tough to make everybody happy ultimately.
Commissioner Trevette or Vice Mayor Trevette.
So, thank you, sir, for being here tonight. So, so with this new plan that you're presenting, I'm gonna have to go back to Mr. Barlow, if you don't mind, just because I got some quick questions for him. So, Mr. Barlow, I go back to my last questions, which was the pond.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we going to impact that with this new plan? Because I don't see this road being widening without us having to jump on more neighboring properties to be able to make this possible, and then to be able to mess with the detention pond. I don't see the city being able to fix this.
Yeah, I think as far as if you're talking about the plan between the townhomes versus the villas on the south side, that won't affect the pond really. The size of that pond, the impervious area, is really not going to be too big of a difference between the two. I think ultimately my biggest concern is going to end up being the stream. Now I will like to note on, I guess a really good place to look at this is in your plan on sheet C 2.00.
Yep.
You can see South Green Hill Road. You see a grade in area over there at sidewalk. You see sort of some dash dotted lines right there next to that. You also see offset from that is actually an area of right-of-way dedication. That's another long dash and two short dash line top through there. I think of note, take a look kind of where it has the South Green Hill Road label. Immediately next to there, you have your stream buffer. Excuse me. And the area that would be dedicated as right-of-way is actually going to contain that stream buffer. That's probably my biggest concern, honestly, out of the viability of how this would work, because if we came back and had to widen South Green Hill Road, us as the city in the future, then we're looking at a stream encapsulation through that area, which is kind of pricey. We'll have to also relocate some sanitary sewer, probably less pricey, but you'd have to do that in order to avoid impacts to the pond.
So, real quick, if you don't mind, just because I hear the voluntary contributions being pushed out. So what do you see a cost for this improvement from the second entrance out to South Green Hills? Just ballpark of what you've seen and what we're experiencing on other projects.
You're talking about from the entrance north to Lebanon Road?
Yes, sir.
Joe, do you have the length on that? About 1,500 feet, maybe? 1,500 feet. I mean, it'd be hard to say. The stream impacts, you've got some water line impacts through there. I mean,
Also possible, you said encapsulation also?
Encapsulation.
So we might as well go ahead and put that in the project as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're probably looking at a couple $1 million on it.
Couple million. So 2, 3?
Something like that, probably.
And then by the time this project kicks off, say 3 to 4 million, you think that's a fair number?
Probably.
And I hate to throw out inflation, but we all know that, where that's coming from.
Yeah.
So $3 to $4 million on a set of homes for, let's just say 119 homes, that the development may come out, maybe $300,000-$400,000 if we're lucky. So I don't see this being in the best interest for the city, but I will go back to the utilities that you had just mentioned. So where are we at with the utilities? What is the cost going to be to relocate those?
Well, there is a 20-inch water line that runs along inside the right of way along South Green Hill Road. That would be a pretty decent expense, probably the largest expense. I'm sure gas lines in there as well, and power's obviously running through there. The sanitary doesn't necessarily have to be relocated itself unless you did some encapsulation work. But yeah, the water line would have to be relocated. Knowing West Wilson, I think we might have somebody here from West Wilson. They like to go in their own easements, so that would be some expense there about acquiring some new easements for the water line. It'd have to meet all their modern standards, so you're probably looking at maybe upwards, I don't know, several $100,000 just for the water line relocation.
So with that easement that you just brought up, then we go into down at that same dotted line with those last set of townhomes. It looks like we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of them. So how is that going to work out for this new plan? We're going to eliminate 7. Well, let's just say we're going to eliminate 5 to be able to hit that easement. Is that correct?
I don't have that plan in front of me.
You can have mine if you need it. Would you like mine?
They've actually.
Here,
Yeah, let me
I'll
grab
give
it
you mine.
if you don't mind. Yeah, I think, and that's a good question on that. With the future widening, one of the important things, the reason we want the developments to actually, if nothing else, dedicate the right of way, is they dedicate the right of way based on what the future road would be, and then the setbacks have to meet that as well. So, what they have shown would fit because it would meet the front setbacks and side setback requirements on the new right of way, and not what's existing today.
And that's with the 75 feet
Mhm.
that you're
Yes, sir.
asking. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time tonight,
Yep.
sir.
Commissioner Justice.
A couple of questions, Mr. Barlow.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. The section from where their project starts up to Lebanon Road, do we have a cost associated with that? If they were to, somebody were to come in and just said, okay, we're going to fix this section to where it's 3 lanes with a turn lane, whatever it may be,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, that's kind of gets to what the vice mayor was talking about.
Right.
You know,
What does that cost?
I best guess probably a couple million right now.
Okay. Now, and so what do we pay for that red light?
We got it on the cheap because we used existing poles. I think it was about 150,000.
Okay. So you see anything else up to there, any additional costs other than 2 million and the red light that our city and our residents would incur?
No, nothing other than that. The red light can function as is, so the red light's set up.
Okay.
I don't see any issues with that. I think the only issue is really just trying to fit this in.
Okay. All right. So I guess my next question is, based on the traffic study that they did we accept their study? Yeah.
Well, we don't give an acceptance or denial on the study. It's an informational document that tells us how much traffic goes in. It can point out some trouble spots, I guess is maybe the best way to put it.
Okay. So the information that we got from that study, did it indicate how many or what percentage of traffic increase is going to be as a result of this?
I'd have to
project?
go back and look at the study. It does give a distribution of traffic, but I can get that for you.
Around 10, 12% maybe? Or, well, I think their study calls for, was it 5%? Mr. Quinn?
It was 5%. Just
5%.
Okay.
Okay.
We would contribute onto Green Hill Road.
Onto South Green.
For the record, he said about 5% additional traffic onto South Green Hill Road.
Okay. We do know also there's going to be some allocation for at some point that we're going to have to do for water, sewer, whatever utilities, whether it be Middleton City Electric, as we do whatever improvements we need to do. So, I mean, if we were looking at 10%, then that would be approximately $200,000. If they're going to increase it by that amount, then that would their proportionate share should be approximately 10%, which would be about $200,000 for the entire project to Is that accurate or yes or no?
Well, maybe, but if you think about it that way, you'd have to think about what would the entire project of South Green Hill Road be from Lebanon Road, or from their access from Lebanon Road all the way to West Division Street. You know, that's probably the better way to think about it.
So you're probably looking in their particular, say if we
Yeah.
did 10%, we use that, we're probably looking at double what we're talking about for just that one section. So you're looking at 4 million, correct?
Oh, I'd say if we took all of South Green Hill Road and improved the whole thing, it's, oh gosh, there's no way of knowing right now, but that's probably a $10-15 million project.
Okay, but I'm talking about 10% of, or 5% or whatever it may be, that they're responsible for. I mean, whether it's a developer or whether it's a person, it doesn't really make any difference. At some point in time, we can't go in here and charge them more than what they're actually responsible for putting on the road.
Yeah, and
I
I
mean,
think
that's not fair to
yeah.
developers. I'm not the biggest fan of developers, but I still don't want to extract money from them in a manner that's not fair.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting to is sort of a rational nexus discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, but before we get into that, because right now the motion on the table is a substitution of maps. So, Commissioner Mullally, and I'll circle back to you, Commissioner.
All right,
Hefner.
on this new plan, that totally eliminates the villas in the back, right?
Correct.
All right, and then the two other questions and the flooding in the back to the south is still a major concern. I did bring that up at first meeting. Especially with the additional townhomes being put back in there. Because this is higher than the residents that live to the south, it's still a major concern for me. I have two questions for the developer. Since these, the density's gone back up to 117, is every single one still going to maintain the 2-car driveway and the 2-car
They will.
garages without any variances?
They would, that's correct. Every townhome unit would have a 2-car garage.
All right, on this new plan, that sidewalk going through the landscaping berm is not on there? And
This was just a overall scope. It would match the new plan, but just for ease of talking purposes, I wanted y'all to have something in front of you that showed the townhomes and the South Green Hill Road improvements.
Okay. Do you have a builder, and what agreements are in place?
We don't determine the builder at this stage because it's not officially approved, but once we have approval and we're start development, we work with a number of builders, and we talked with some of the elected officials about that. We work with close to a dozen builders just in Middle Tennessee alone. So we don't make those selections now, but because of Mount Juliet's architectural requirements, you can be assured it's going to be a 2-car garage unit because we've agreed to that. You can be assured they're going to be 100% for sale. You can be assured that they're going to be 100% brick or stone with a 10% variance on the front facade. So you're going to have a great product because of the architectural requirements that Mount Juliet has.
Will Forestar actually do the land construction and infrastructure of this project yourself?
We manage and work with site contractors. So we will hire local site contractors, and we will fund the development. We will manage the development of the site work to install the roads, make sure we have all the necessary approvals. We'll set up the HOA, and we'll actually manage, I think this was spoken to earlier about an HOA handover. We'll actually manage the HOA ourselves until there's enough permanent owners in place to take over that HOA.
Where will the construction access, since the back connection is put back on the plan, where will the construction access be?
I think the likely access would be off of Lebanon Road, just given that it's a 5-lane state route and it doesn't make sense to bring heavy construction traffic down Green Hill Road.
At what point will the back connection connect?
I think that would just be part of the driveway approval process to get that roadway tie-in. And right now it's a county road, so we'd have to go through Wilson County to get that tie-in approved and get that connection approved. And currently, any of those improvements would be through the county until it's annexed into the city.
Is there an area, because I don't see one. Is there an area, would there still be room to reserve a section in case the HOA at a later point decided to add a pool?
Right now, this is something we run into a lot, and we really strive to establish different communities for different types of home buyers. Not every home buyer wants to pay a premium for maintenance of a community pool. And they want a community that has amenities, has playground, has pickleball courts in this example, and doesn't want the burden of a higher HOA cost associated with that. And it depends on the community, but we try to find the best fit for each individual community and what amenities make sense for that community. And we believe what we have here is perfect for this community. Allows for a lot of activity, allows for a place for the community to congregate throughout the year.
Because that was mentioned at the first meeting, but I don't see anywhere to extra space. I don't see that you have any extra green space to, make sure.
Potentially, I can't answer that with any level of certainty to know for sure that there's no possible way to fit a pool on site. But
Since we have not selected a map yet, does one map lead to more room than the other?
it does not. Okay. Not for the amenity site.
I do like the name change, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, the lighting at the pickleball courts.
It will have lighting.
It will. All right. All right. I know that townhomes for sale are needed. They are affordable, are needed. The commercial is needed along that area. Again, this is one of those situations with the property owner. The property owner decided to sell, and he decided to develop, and that's why we're here. So, okay. As you know, is Jennifer here? Okay. The commercial, and as you know, I do like to tie in to make sure that commercial goes vertical, that it was tied in with the COs of the residential area. I like that, and I know you don't. Jennifer suggested, or you can come up and, okay, that the commercial go vertical at the 51st CO.
Commissioner, there's two different drawings for commercial on each of the maps. So until we select the map, it may be wise to delay on the commercial questions until we pin down which one we're asking questions on.
Okay.
Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, I'm struggling, and maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but trying to reconcile between the old map and then the new map, and then going back to the old map, and then the changes that were made. Are we going back if we accept the old map? Are we reverting back to the smaller driveways?
No, I just wanted us to have something to talk through. And the only change that you would see is the villa units in the southern portion of the site would be 2-car garage townhome units with an attachment to Green Hill Road. So they would all still have the width of a 2-car garage driveway, as well as a 2-car garage.
Well, this is first reading, so this is going to be cleaned up, I would hope.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be very easy to clean up.
It's just because I'm struggling with trying to reconcile between the blue line changes.
Sure. And we didn't want to bring, because this was a concern about the South Green Hill Road connection, we didn't want to bring a a revision to staff at the last minute and then not have time to review it and then make sure that the Green Hill Road connection was warranted, and we could all talk through that this evening. And then,
Well, I motion to defer it then.
Can I ask a?
Sure.
One question on this, and I think Commissioner Hefner's leading towards deferral, but the commercial components on these, the existing one has 2 L-shaped buildings, and then you've got 3 buildings on the one presented here. Or
it's just a suggested footprint. You know, the commercial developer would then submit their own specific site plan for what would be the actual end use, and then have to take that through
footprint to be
approvals.
hammered out.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have another one on the map? Okay, Commissioner Mullally.
Just for the sake of conversation, I guess, if we're going to adopt this new map on this, I mean, the old map, on the old map, it still shows 2-car driveways on the ends,
That's
not
what-
the middles.
That's right.
So-
That's what we're speaking to Mr. Hefner or Commissioner Hefner's point. That it would be all 2-car garage townhomes throughout the community. Every single unit
Okay.
would have a 2-car garage.
Because it
and
did,
equivalent
yeah,
width
it did
driveway.
it does show that.
Fair point. I just wanted something to show the Green Hill Road connection because this was something that was brought to our attention in a short time period.
Okay. Do you want the floor?
We can do this a couple of, because we're reading both. The land use amendment and the PUD. I'm fine making a motion to defer them both, or we can vote on the land use amendment and then defer the PUD.
My preference is, for me, would be to defer both if we're not going to take action.
So I move that we defer both the land use amendment and the PUD for one meeting to allow the applicant an opportunity to meet with the commissioner of the district where this project sits and kind of work this out.
Sure. Very easy to do. Is just so last minute. We didn't want to give an updated package.
How do you think we feel? I mean,
no, I totally understand.
So I don't want to make a wrong. I don't want to make a wrong decision on this based on new information that's being provided on the fly. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to have the record show that the only significant change would be it would revert to 117 townhomes. Every unit would have a 2-car garage and a connection to Green Hill Road, and we can hammer out the rest of that between the first and second reading.
Correct, and showing the 2-car garages and.
Sure, and that's easy to do between the first and second reading was the point I'm trying to make.
Okay,
if
let's start with what we're actually going to be voting on over the next 2 readings and go from there.
So there's a motion to defer one meeting. A second. All in favor? You got a
Well, I want to ask.
comment on advisement of deferral.
I mean, these people have been in here so many times now, they ought to have permanent parking somewhere out here. So I'm just, is there anything that this is going to, I mean, there's scheduling issues obviously involved. And I know you're trying to get this done, and that's the only thing that we can actually debate up here in regard to a deferral. So, I just need to know, is there anything that's going to be, that's going to hurt you in regard to timing if we try to defer this, or if we were to defer this? I mean,
the main thing would be the impact to the current landowner. And we would have to extend that contract again. And we're just trying to do our best to find a balance here. And what we thought that eliminating that Green Hill Road when previous conversations was a benefit. And then prior to bringing this to the BOC, between Planning Commission and BOC, we were told that it was a benefit to have it back for connectivity and for emergency services. So we didn't want to submit yet another, hey, Jennifer, hey, Andy, can we come swap out sheets last minute? We didn't want to do that to them. We wanted to make sure that that was truly warranted. And that's what the desire of the board was to have that second connection back. To avoid, I know we're deferring, but the hope was that we would not defer.
We're on advisement of deferral. So.
Correct. And that's what I was looking for. I mean, at this point, I don't think you're too far enough along that I think we need to pick the plan, which I think I suggested would be the one that connects to South Green Hill and we pick that plan and we pass it in on the first reading, and then give them time to come back with the approvals or non-approvals, whatever they're going to get for the second reading, rather than just extend this another week down the road. I mean, that's what I would prefer to do, but I mean, obviously we'll do what the board wants to.
I can say I'm ready to vote tonight on this. So
Me too.
well, Commissioner.
I'm not ready to vote. There's just too many minutes of present.
Then we can call. I'll call the vote then. All in favor of deferral for one meeting, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed to deferral?
Nay.
So we'll continue forward with this. Any other questions on this? And if not, we'll ask for the vote on the map that was submitted without Green Hill Road, without the connection to Green Hill Road. There was a map submitted to include the Green Hill Road connection. So I'm going to ask.
Well, my amendment actually.
The amendment, yes. I was trying to figure out the right way to say
Right.
that.
Substitute.
But the amendment was to substitute, that's a good word, substitute the maps for the one that connects to Green Hill Road, or South Green Hill Road. And 117 units, the differences between the maps. All in favor of the substitution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So we are on the substituted map now. So now we can get into the debate of the actual project. So we have narrowed down a map at this point. If I may, I have some questions for a Public Works Director on this, and I don't like doing it this way per se, but I've looked at this map many times, and I've not brought this up per se, any questions to this point, but this we're looking at the map now with the connection to South Green Hill Road. My biggest concern here on it, and this has been my comments to the developer the whole time, is about South Green Hill Road in itself. But my biggest concern here is, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor bringing this point up, and I've looked at this many times, but my question is about this detention pond and the proximity of it to the stream, and if there's encapsulation of the stream or whatever, having that detention pond so close, is that going to put us in any way, or put the taxpayers in any way with additional liability with that being there? And do you foresee anything on this as problematic? And that's a question I have here tonight before I move forward on this.
If you're asking the question with the detention pond there and the improvements to South Green Hill Road being placed on the city, then yes, it would come back for us to have to fix it and pay for that in the future.
Are you saying pay for changes to the detention pond possibly?
We would have to, but because the detention pond's there, we could not relocate the stream. And so then the only other option would be for us to encapsulate the stream.
But if the detention pond was not there, there would be the possibility to relocate this. And I guess what's going through my mind right now, and I know it's late, but what's coming through my mind here is, if the detention pond's there and it was a cheaper option to relocate the stream versus encapsulate it, we're taking stream relocation off the table with this plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then that's potential liability on the taxpayers if it's not handled as part of this project.
Correct.
And okay, that's kind of what I thought I was hearing when you asked that question on this.
That wasn't that clear.
No, it's I'm seeing this, and I've looked at a lot of things, but the proximity to this, your question has really just got me thinking about the proximity of the stream, the detention pond, and the road together. I've never really considered the three together for the impact on that, and I know it's a long meeting, folks. There's a lot of people talking, but this is the value you get as people bring up questions and raise them that we hope we can arrive at the right decision. So that's why that to me is a key point that I haven't considered up until this point, is that path forward. And I don't know what the cost amount would be, but what I'm trying to avoid here is, and guys, forgive me, but what I'm trying to avoid here is if we approve this project and South Green Hill is not improved to that section, or the developer does not take that on, I do not want the taxpayers to be on the hook for additional cost for encapsulating a stream that could be otherwise relocated. And I don't know what the dollar amount difference is on that, but that's something that I think needs to be discussed, or at least considered before I move forward on this.
I think one thing to keep in mind as well, so part of our land development code requires that any property that's abutting a minor collector improve their half of the roadway. Now, that's in our code. I like to take a far more logical approach. If you drive through Metro, they have that same rule, and you're going to see checkerboards of pieces of road that have been halfway widened with a dust bin in the middle that doesn't do anything for anybody. That's, as a designer on a prior life before now, I didn't like it. As a a policy advisor here for the city, I don't necessarily like it. I like to see, instead of having the guys go out here and have to improve their half of the road, and really the city not receive much of a benefit than a dustbin of a half center turn lane, I'd rather see the whole. Now, if it was a situation where we had a pending development on the other side of the road, absolutely have the two work together, come up with a great plan, widen the roadway. But it is part of our code requirement that minor collector is to be upgraded along their frontage. So that is a basic requirement. So, when you hear me say improving that to the final 3-lane section, I'm trying to take a far more logical approach to it. This is a PUD. It is a push and a pull. There is a negotiation to it. And I think that's a logical type of improvement that we can gain. Everybody on the opposite side of the street gets a center turn lane for them to take a left into their house too. So all that being considered, we talk about voluntary contributions and offsite things. Those are the things that are outside of the frontage. Now, we would be asking them to go a little bit above and beyond what our code requires, as far as saying, hey, get a full 3-lane section. Hey, take it up to Lebanon Road. That's some offsite stuff there. And to me, I feel like that is a very fair compromise. That way we get the improvements with the development, not after the development.
But that said too, I don't want to pass a PUD and commit this land locked up into a PUD and all the other things that go with a land use plan and everything else, if the cost comes back to a situation where it can't be developed. So
correct.
I think that's a question to the developer, not this moment. I need just a moment, I guess, to try to digest what the vice mayor's brought forward on this, and I'll probably have some more questions, but I'll yield to the floor at this point to somebody else if you've got questions or follow up. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very interested in this. This is the last piece that's in my district. So obviously I want to make sure it's done right as well. But that's one of the reasons I was asking you a while ago about the total cost. What is the total cost if you wanted to widen that section of road up to Lebanon Road? You said $2 million.
Sure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, once again, I have no problem getting developers to pay their fair share. But if we're going to ask for them to pay $2 million, and I'm not sure what the land cost of that property was, but I'm pretty sure it's probably pretty close to that. So, I mean, are we willing to kick them completely out of the possibility of developing over this? I mean, and I'm asking that question honestly. I don't know.
I think one thing to keep in mind of that dollar amount, our basic code requirements, you need to back that out of the equation. I mean, their improvements for their road frontage is a basic code requirement that we have. So when we say if it's $3 million, how much does it cost for them to improve their portion of the road frontage? And then anything above and beyond that would be what I would consider the extras.
So we're going to expect them to improve the road front, I'm sorry, the road frontage and donate the right of way. Is that correct? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, that's our code requirements.
Okay. That's a chunk. I don't think I think it's putting more than their fair share on them. So, I mean, it's, again, I generally try to find out in any development that is a PUD in my district that I'm looking at, I want to know how much it's going to cost. I want to know what their percentage of the increase is, and then charge them what their percentage is. That's what they're actually supposed to be responsible for. If there's other offsite developments and they want to pay for those, that's fine. But you know, I'm not a big fan of government to begin with, and this makes me actually less of a fan. Go ahead, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Barlow, I mean, obviously, you know, there's going to be an impact on this road. And I do respect what Commissioner Justice states, but as we go down this road, you know, we're looking at, as some homeowners had stated earlier, 300 cars coming in and out of this neighborhood, possibly with commercial and residential. I know they're all not going to go left and go out to Lebanon Road. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would you think that's a fair statement? They're going to go right. So they're going to be, of course, affecting the other residents going over to the right-hand side, which would be then going back towards the division. So this, you know, this development, we go back to, who are we going to hold not so much accountable, but who are we going to be looking towards? Will you be looking towards the taxpayers to help pick up this $2.5–3 million project? Or is it going to be pushed back on the developer that is increasing the traffic, commercial and residential now? So that, you know, I go back to the same question. So my question to you is if I had to look at this number, okay, is that $3 million really a fair number? Because I mean, we're seeing right now of what it's costing us on this roundabout, on that little roundabout spot. We're talking, you said 100, what is it, 150? How many feet is it? 1,500 feet? How many feet is it? 1,500?
About, yeah.
Yeah. So 1.5 for, let's just say 150 feet for a roundabout. And then we're talking 1,500 feet for, you know, 3 million. I mean, I'm really having a hard time seeing that $3 million. I think the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for an additional $2 to $3 million on top of it. So I go back to this, is that, you know, we want the best for our citizens, but at the same time, we also don't want the taxpayers to pick up the $3 million on top of whatever this is. And I'm still going to go back to this detention pond, and I'm glad we're recording this, because I know for a fact that we're going to be really tight, and we're going to go back and say, we wish we'd have known, and we're going to end up taking back property on the other side to help offset. And then them homeowners are going to be affected on the other side, because it's just 1 or 2 residents that we're going to hit. Really, it's going to be 6 or 7, and they were all here tonight. So it's better right now to fix this right now on this developer that we can be able to fix, and the church. Then we affect, now we're looking at, if we start from the corner all the way down, what, 10, 12, 15 plus the commercial on the corner there?
Yes.
So what did we just say to our residents? Hey, we don't care about you. No, we do care about you. We want the best for them. And right now, those folks lived here longer than these folks here. So we want to do what's right for these developers. So let's get this fixed. But I don't see it on the taxpayers' back. I don't want it to be their responsibility. So I just want to make sure that that's public and put it out there.
Commissioner Lady.
All right. Well, this pond thing is a biggie concern. All right. I guess the bottom line for me on this, and, you know, I try to see the good in the project, which is the affordable townhomes and the commercial that's needed, and then several other things. And I do appreciate that you put the 2-car driveways and garages back in there. So I guess the bottom line for me, and you know this because we've talked, is the infrastructure. If we're in, and Andy, since now that's been put back on the table, because the last meeting, since it was 99, it was under that threshold. So, you know, I was okay with it not having a connection to South Green Hill, but then Andy said that's too dangerous to have one in and out at Lebanon Road. So that put it back on the plan. So since I our code requires it and Andy stands by that, I agree with it. And if we're going to, because I don't want you to just cut a check. If we're going to set a precedent here of infrastructure, then I want you to do the construction on the South Green Hill. And I still would want the CO tied in with the commercial. And I know you don't like that. So for me, these three things, this pond issue, the infrastructure, and the CO tied in with the commercial, that would only be the only way I would vote for it.
I can speak to each one. I think the roadway improvements, since this road's now being identified as a potential west connector for north-south connection, you know, that wasn't the case when we first brought this plan forward in July of last year. So this is new information to us, and we are willing. So this would be something that would be for the public good outside of just what this development triggers. And I think it's more fair for us to pay a portion of, because what is happening is now we're making what were affordable homes unaffordable because we're paying for a major improvement on a road that's currently a county road that has become a potential north-south collector, but isn't yet. So it's difficult for us to commit to something that isn't yet a city road with a north-south collector that isn't approved. As far as I understand, that was just a recommendation that be identified as the north-south collector 20 years down the line. And wouldn't that be something, if it's for the public good, that should be a shared burden, not a singular burden? And the C of O's being tied to the commercial, those are two separate people, a person building a home and a person developing vertical construction. And there's a real situation where the commercial developer is bringing a building through planning approvals. It gets delayed for one reason or another. And in the meantime, they're building homes, and now they have to full stop on their home construction for people that want to buy affordable homes because they're tied to commercial, which they have no control over, plus market conditions that nobody has control over. So to hamstring a home builder and tell them they can't build homes unless this commercial goes vertical seems very unfair to both the home builder and the commercial developer. But just to make everyone aware, our schedule shows that we're bringing the commercial pads and the residential pads online all at the same time. We're working with highly reputable commercial developers that have serious interest in this property with the intent to go vertical as soon as possible, as soon as they get their site plan approved. And I just think it's important to remember that we're driven to get these things done, and otherwise we are the ones holding the bag. So it benefits us as a company just by capitalism that we want that to go vertical as well, just like the city does. And then that generates that tax revenue. And maybe if that commercial triggers it, maybe a mechanism is earmarking a portion of the commercial or the sales tax from that commercial development, or identifying a special tax district for all the affected properties that will benefit from a major north-south collector. But to stick it all on just one developer where there's no traffic study that shows that it's even warranted is very unfair in our opinion, when we have the data supporting that nothing's warranted and we aren't creating that impact. And from our position, we're being put in the bad guy seat, saying it's our fault that we have to do this. And we're doing our best to make a reasonable contribution towards those improvements if they're necessary. And we're willing to commit to that.
So even if South Green Hill may not even, I mean, if the Western Connector was even off the table for that road, it would still be a code requirement for, according to Andy, correct? So I still would support it. I know it's unfair.
Well, I'm not knowledgeable enough of the codes to know what the specific improvement requirement would be. But I know as
Um,
it stands right now, it's still a county road, so anything that we would propose currently would go through the county. So it's hard for us to commit to an improvement that we have to then take through the county.
How would we do that, Andy? Would we annex that section? We would annex that section. But D on the, from the Planning Commission, under Public Works section, clearly states what it is. So Andy, along with that, would you still require the 10-foot wide multipath?
So the half of the minor collector standard is actually our minor. It's based on whatever our current standard is. So our minor collector includes a bike lane, a 4-foot bike lane, and a 6-foot sidewalk. It's a general recommendation that we prefer from all users to have a better access to the biking facilities to just make a 10-foot path. So it's the same width.
All right. So talking about the pond issue, that would add an additional, how much space in addition to what you say, 35 feet from the center of the road to the west?
So, yeah, I think my concern about it is not necessarily as much the pond, but the stream and having to relocate that stream and what that looks like. But yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Vice Mayor.
So, Mr. Barlow, I go back to my next question again. Sorry to let you get back up and down. Hopefully you're getting some exercise today.
This is great.
And folks, and I appreciate all this. We go back to the same questions, which is wanting to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. So for example, with the 10-foot for the bike, you got the stream. And then of course, now we go back to the first discussion, which I had with the developer, which was a possibility of road improvements up to 1.5. So that was the first discussion that I, had talked over with the developer. So, and that was the projected number of these road improvements from the 1,500, the 1,500 feet from the first entrance. And that was back last year. So we went from 1.5 million down to just under $1 million. That was, to help out for the road improvements. I think it was right around 750, 800,000. I think is what we, went from 1.5 down to 800 down to 500. And now we're, at whatever numbers these are is going back down. So I guess my biggest concern is that we go back to what are we going to hit the impact for the taxpayers? Because that's what, that's what we're going to be hitting them with. So, I'm really concerned as Commissioner Mullally just stated, you got a 10-foot and then we got the retention pond and then we've got that stream. Are you sure that those numbers are correct without us impacting the neighbors across the street?
So they
The
have,
people who live across the street, the people, all the homeowners on the other side.
so they
We
have
just
agreed.
increased the numbers because again, Commissioner Mullally had brought up the 10 feet, the streamline, and then we go back to, the concern with the detention pond, excuse me. And then of course, those units down at the bottom on this new plan.
Yeah, so I think the good thing is what they've shown and voluntarily done is showing the right-of-way dedication. So I think from a right-of-way standpoint, I think that works very well. One of the things that could help avoid issues on the opposite side of the street is we're not having them go and build curb and gutter, 6-foot grass strip, 6-foot sidewalk on the other side. When I talk about building their half of the road, I want a functional center turn lane, curb and gutter on their side, grass strip, multi-use path. That's what my preference is. And so, that helps to minimize the impacts. We get some improvements out of the road. Functionally speaking, a 3-lane road is going to take us a long way in time and also in volume. So I think that's the idea of it, that you can kind of minimize it. It right sizes the project a little bit for their development. We're not making them go in other people's yards.
Sure.
That's not to say the 20-inch water line. I could almost guarantee you West Wilson is going to go in there and relocate that themselves. And they're going to put that in outside the right of way. And they will be going and doing that. So that's likely. I'll just go ahead and make that publicly known.
Which side do you see them putting it on?
They're probably going to
Path
go on
least
the same side of the street.
On the same site.
Mhm.
And will we have
On-
that
on the other homeowners on the opposite side?
on the other homeowners?
Yeah.
So now we're going to impact them on this 20-inch main?
Potentially, yes, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just say that to the road itself, and from what the developers would do, would stay out of their yards, but that doesn't mean utilities need to go where they need to go.
Mm-hmm. So with that being the case, with that 20-inch main, was that $2-3 million cost? Was that including utilities from West Wilson cost? I'm just
Yes.
asking.
Yes.
So that was
Yeah.
included. Okay.
Mhm.
Just want to make sure that was added. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to ask this question, and I'm not gun ho about requiring basically, I guess, a bike trail through there that's just going to sit there by itself on an island of a county, because while it's nice to have, it's going to be a short section there that's really going to be nowhere, and it's going to be you, the taxpayers, are going to be maintaining a strip going nowhere for a while. I'm not so gun ho about that, but it's my last question, I guess, is like, what is the path forward? And this may be for the developer. What is the path forward if by approving this takes off the table the encapsulation of that, or it requires the encapsulation because it's taking off the table that we cannot relocate the stream? And that's the question I need answered. Because I cannot come back and approve this and then say to the taxpayers, whoever widens this road, the cost is going to fall back on the taxpayers. I don't know if it's $100,000, $500,000, $1 million. I don't know what it costs. And that's the difficulty I'm having by approving this, is I'm interjecting an additional cost in there that's not on the table currently.
Yeah. One of the things I'll mention on the multi-use path, the 10-foot path, we had talked about this, tossed around the idea, bringing that internal to the development. It could follow along through there, but bring it around on the other side of the stream. It doubles as a amenity to the development. They don't have to double up some work there. That's a potential cost savings, save them some room, save them some grading.
And apparently there's nowhere to put it there on the side of the road either.
They would have some very difficult, I don't think they could get it in by the church.
Yes, sir.
To answer your question, Mayor Manis, we can look at reworking our detention on site to allow and go ahead and relocate that section of stream to allow for that future right of way, to take that burden off of the taxpayers. But we'd like to find a nexus between, what's a reasonable improvement, because we're talking about $30,000, $40,000 per home right now. And it's and this isn't any knock against Public Works, but it's not a fully realized collector and section, and the current Greenway plan doesn't show anything on Green Hill Road, unless I'm misspeaking. I just don't, yeah. So,
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? We ready to vote? Commissioner Mullally?
In all fairness, we talked at first reading, we did talk about the school report. So I do have that. So thank you for sending that. This would impact 3 schools, and I learned something new myself. These 3 schools, which is Mount Juliet Elementary, Mount Juliet Middle, and Green Hill High School. This is from Mr. Luttrell, the director. Green Hill High School is at 84% capacity. Mount Juliet Middle is at 73, and Mount Juliet Elementary is at I need some stronger glasses. 86, I think. So I did get that report, because that was one thing I had requested at the other meeting, in case you're wondering about schools.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. I want to reiterate the fact that this is first reading.
Yeah.
So any and all of these questions can be addressed, and I would hope they would be addressed before they're brought back for a second reading. But I think at this point, let's give them an opportunity to at least come in with something that we can find presentable and we can put up there. But This is first reading. This, matter of fact, is there, Mr. Barlow, isn't there a time frame involved in before the second reading, and it's for advertising purposes? And that February 27th would be the next meeting, and okay, so that's a month basically, correct?
Owners that even across the street and post signs.
Okay. So that's
Okay.
So this is first
Commissioner Lee.
reading. Yeah, this is first reading, and I'll vote for first reading if the developer wants the chance to go back to the property owner and talk to him about the cost for widening the road yourself, and also if you want to talk further about the CO tied with the commercial, are you willing to commit to that, or are you just totally opposed to doing the construction on South Green Hill?
Something that we can't control. So that's why we can't commit to a condition that we can't meet and we can't honor. And there's no way now, if this was a commercial first floor and apartments above it, and they are tied to the same building and we do control that, but given that they have to take it through as a separate approval process, there's just a high chance that we can't control that, and then it would impact the builder. So it's just a condition that we're willing to agree to some other type of condition, and we're open to discuss that between the first and second reading, but we just don't like it tied to the residential. We'd like to talk through another way to work through that.
I understand. For me, I'm not going to change my mind. Even if it passes first reading, I'm not going to change my mind for second reading. So my thing is, if you're not willing to commit that, I don't see any point in, letting it move forward.
Can we do it to the 100th C of O instead of the 50th? Can we do something instead of half of the development to allow more
No,
time?
51st. In my opinion, that's my opinion. And that was Jennifer's suggestion.
Is that something that's imposed on other commercial mixed-use developments? A commercial trigger controlled by a residential that restricts residential development? I'm just curious.
Jennifer would have to answer that unless y'all know.
We're not talking about any other projects right now. We're talking about this one. And could you not make that a condition of your?
Commissioner, let me get your mic on. Commissioner Effner.
We're not talking about any other project. We're talking about this one, just to be clear. And you can make that a condition of your contract with whoever you're going to sell that commercial property to. I don't think that they're going to be dragging their feet, to be quite honest with you. That's a pretty busy road. So I'm not sure they're going to be waiting for residential to come in, given where this location of this commercial is. So but I got bigger issues. There's a lot of between first and second reading. Yeah, we're fine tuning things. We're not. This is major surgery. There's major unanswered questions here. We're talking about streams and detention ponds and potential impact of millions of dollars potentially to the taxpayers. That's not a thing you work out between first and second reading. And if you're not willing to commit to the first CO on this commercial property, then
we can commit to the 51st if it's that critical, and we'll do our best to meet that requirement.
Well,
so we'll commit to the 51st C of O.
Commissioner Justice.
Rather than a bunch of city commissioners sitting up here re-engineering their project, which is ridiculous, look at the time tonight. Can we just go ahead and make a motion? I'll make a motion to defer this.
That's a great idea. So we have a motion on the table to defer this, one meeting to?
One meeting.
One meeting, motion to defer this one meeting. This is, the developers have stated the impact on it, but I say this for myself. I try to vet the things I can before the meetings, but there's just been some, I guess, dots connected here tonight that's put me in a tailspin. So
I would also, excuse me, just being my motion, I would also like to know why it is that we're just hearing about some of this tonight after they've been through here since June. And we're going to bring it up tonight at 9:30 at night. This is about ridiculous.
Well, I'll say in fairness, I've heard concerns about widening roads and everything else, but this stream encapsulation is the key point for me that didn't get connected to tonight. So I try my best to front things with people in advance and to avoid this. But anyway, we've got a motion on the table for one meeting in deferral. Any questions or comments on advisement of deferral? We ready to vote? All in favor of deferral for one meeting, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, that we are deferred one meeting on this item. And the next item on the agenda is 11.3, an ordinance for a major amendment to the preliminary master development plan, PMDP, for the Providence Central Plan Unit Development PUD, specifically Area B1, being located at Providence Parkway, map 97, parcel 75.07 in the city of Mount Juliet, Wilson County, Tennessee. Motion? Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. The item is on the table. Any questions or comments? We ready to vote? Oh, Commissioner Mullally. Thought that was quick.
And this is one of those 3-minute things we can circle back around. I've split it up into that to make sure I didn't go over. The clicker. Is the clicker ready? Okay, I'm not ready to go yet there. Well, okay, that's fine. This is one of those times when it's very difficult to make a decision on how to vote because there's so much to consider. You gather input from residents, and yet you also take into consideration what might be best for the city long-term, 5, 10, 20 years down the road. That means sometimes you make decisions that aren't popular. This vote tonight, for me, is more about a direction. Which direction will a yes vote take the city? Which direction will a no vote take the city? I hear the concerns about growth, traffic, and the lack of infrastructure. These are by far the most talked about. My family and I live here too. We all live south of I-40, and we deal with it every day. We live next to an interchange. When a city grows, areas around interchanges grow. If I had the money to buy land for sale, I would buy it and save it for parks and green space, but I don't. One thing is for sure, growth will continue out in the county down South Mount Juliet Road because the Planning Commission in the county is approving developments down there left and right. This is south of Central Pike, outside of city limits, without any road improvements. Traffic will continue to come into the city by way of South Mount Juliet Road. That's not going to change, and the city gets no tax benefits and no property tax revenues from any of it. Another thing that is for certain, we are experiencing an additional extremely heavy traffic burden on South Mount Juliet Road coming from I-24. 20,000 cars is the number I've heard coming in from the south. Use the Mount Juliet Road interchange to get on I-40 every single day. 13,000 or so of these don't live here. They're from other counties and contribute nothing except unwanted heavy traffic burden on us and our residents. Once completed, though, years down the road, the Central Pike interchange will relieve, I've heard two figures, I'm just going to say 40 to 60% off the burden of South Mount Juliet Road through the Providence area. Traffic is coming sooner rather than later. As of right now, without a residential component based on what was approved 2.5 years ago for Providence Central, this development does not need further approval to build out commercial, which consists of retail, offices, and hotels. The land in the B1 area, which is that right there, has already been graded and is build ready. Of course, none of that's there. It's just a build ready piece of land, whatever you call it. The reconfiguration to add a residential component above the retail is for Class A apartments, which is the area in yellow, of which 80%, 70 to 80% are one-bedroom studio apartments. There are no three-bedroom apartments here, and they're not marketed to families with kids. So there's very little, if any, burden on the school system. There is an internal parking garage open to the public, extremely nice amenities for the apartments. The idea here is about walkability. So along with the commercial aspect with this 24 acres, you live there, you live there, you shop there, you eat there, you work there, and you walk, which is the idea. Providence Marketplace, on the other hand, we'll just talk about that, is so spread out, it's not walkable. You have to get in your car to drive from one area to the other for the most part. So this plan is a much different concept. And I'm probably at my 3 minutes. Okay.
Someone else like to, I think Commissioner Hefner, you would ask to go next. Or did I miss that? If not, Commissioner Trevette was ready. Go for it, sir.
Okay. So we're not adding any commercial with this. What we're doing is we're adding apartments. Let's be honest about that. I don't see what adding more apartments to the city, how that benefits the city at all. I mentioned this before. We have, I don't know, and Hamlin, you can correct me. We're getting close to 2,000 apartments, between 1,800 and 2,000 apartments. Let me repeat that: 1,800 to 2,000 apartments being proposed and pitched to the city right now. I'm not concerned. I'm speaking. Thank you. I'm not concerned. I live in an apartment. I have nothing against people that live in apartments. I live in an apartment. I'm concerned about what's going to happen to the vacancy rates in 10 to 15, 20 years when the single family homes and the for sale inventory increases. You're going to see, like myself, we're going to be leaving apartments and we're going to be buying for sale products. I'm downsizing. So you're going to see, my prediction, you're going to see an exodus. You're going to see vacancy rates drop. And what's going to happen when vacancy rates start dropping with apartments? Well, the owner is going to have to lower the rent, because they're going to have to, well, the other option is they condominiumize them. But we've got a lot of high density apartments, rentals coming right now. This is already approved based on when this PUD was originally approved. It's already approved for either a hotel, but pretty much anything in CMU with the exception of apartments. And that was added by way of Amendment 10. A motion was made, it was seconded to allow flexibility for the developer to come in and put something else in other than apartments. And now he's asking us to consider adding apartments when this was originally passed, and excluded apartments. There's going to be more that I've got to say. I know I'm coming close up on 3 minutes, but that we gain nothing by adding apartments. Zero. It's not going to increase the Central Pike interchange coming in. It's not going to happen. It's not going to move the needle. Class A office will. And I know the developer has got Class A office already built. I'm bullish on Class A office. I'm extremely bullish on it. I think there's a lot of corporations on the West Coast that are looking for regional corporate locations to consider getting out of the metropolitan areas. The idea of building these massive campuses in metropolitan areas is no longer a thing. We know that based on COVID and the studies that have been done. Mount Juliet lends itself. I'll finish up my comments. In order to draw higher income residents, we need higher paying jobs. We don't have to be a bedroom community. Our roots are, we're a bedroom community. We don't have to be a bedroom community. We can bring the corporate offices here. We can bring the higher paying jobs here, which is going to drive higher restaurants, higher retail, higher luxury car sales. We can do that. We're Mount Juliet. We're close proximity to the airport. So I believe in it. I believe we're primed for corporate relocation. And that's what this project, when it was originally approved, was meant to be. So those are my 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Trevette, or Vice Mayor Trevette.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I took the time to go back on 7/27/2020 meeting. Man, I'll tell you that the previous commission, 3 hours and 19 minutes long, and I went back and watched this 3 times and took notes, folks. So I'm doing my homework. Obviously, there's been some discussion tonight. So we had so far within this general area, we've had 209 units that were completed, Creekside, 296 for Enclave, and now we're looking at 308 plus 40,000 square feet for commercial and, of course, the garages. Now, on the other side of the highway, the same board actually approved similar development over there, which I'm in big favor of. It's mixed use. So again, and then on top of all this, we have 200 units that are for senior living also in this area. So the city has obviously, been working with our governor for this 25 million. We're looking 3 to 4 years out before this, before they even get their first CO for, the apartments. Okay. We got to kind of at least, again, hit that vision. I agree with the commissioner, Hefner. These businesses, they're wanting to come to our city. Absolutely. I'm wanting that. I support it. That's how we keep our tax-paying dollars down. And if we can do that by looking into the future, if anybody has that ability, this is what we're talking about. We have a developer that is investing in the roads, which is what everybody here talked tonight. They all talk about investing in the roads. Okay. And that's what this developer is doing, spending millions of dollars on taking care of his development, his project. So that's why I'm in support of this. And I'm also looking long-term because of the fact that if the governor backs up what he says he's going to do, along with what the skin in the game, what our city is putting in, hopefully, that everything lines up. Now, obviously, we're talking about government, but at the same time, all we can do is do our best to see what the future's out there. And by us putting $25 million on the line and being able to look at a developer that's willing to also invest in his project and his roads, and also look for high-end jobs and high-end, companies that are wanting to come into these areas. There's a lot of benefits for Mount Juliet. We're on Interstate 40. We got 24. We got 65. Many companies are going to be right behind, hitting our doorsteps, looking for these commercial buildings. And this is what I'm seeing off of this area. So I'm excited about this project. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. So that's all I have, Mayor, at this time.
All right. Commissioner Justice, you want to be recognized? You got the floor, sir.
Thank you. I've made this abundantly clear before. I don't have a.
It's time to go to bed.
Are you trying to cut me off before I get started? Okay, just checking. All right. I've said this before. I'm not against the apartments. I'm not against this project. And I've never said no to this project. What I am saying is not now. It's not the time. When you put 308 apartments onto a road that is not finished before you've even completed the other 300 apartments, that is putting more onto the roads than we can do. I don't understand why if you keep doing the same thing, what's the definition of insanity? Can somebody please tell me? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result? That's insanity. And we're doing it again. Here we go. I don't understand why we're going to go back down this road again. I mean, we had this conversation. Mr. Trevette, was it July 20? Is that what you said? That meeting?
720. Yeah, 728.
Okay. Gotcha.
727.
Well, that was the last time I voted against this, and it's going to be the next time I vote against this particular project. Again, it's not no, it's just not now. We're going to take and put thousands more cars high percentage more cars onto a road that is 35 miles an hour. I've worked the fatalities on that road. That's all I'm saying. And I would say also, I mean, they're saying it's going to be built in 7 years and the intersection maybe, or the interchange maybe 10 years. Fine. I tell you what, let's do. Let's go ahead and approve this tonight. And the first CO can be gained when the interstate or the interchange is completed. How about that? When you got the road open and you can get on the interstate and get off of South Mount Juliet Road, then that should be our first opportunity to get a CO. That I'm willing to ask somebody if they're willing to do that, and I'll vote on it tonight. Give you a positive vote. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm looking at Joe Haddix over here, and he's grinning really big. Yeah, I know you. No, I'm not going to support this. Matter of fact, I was actually enjoying the fact that I thought that there were 2 commissioners that had voted on this in the past that were going to be able to stand up and say, you know, hey, we said we're not going to support any more apartments. We're not going to do that. I mean, what so far is to say that was just, we're not going to do that. And I'm saying I might be disappointed tonight. So I'm going to leave it at that. I said a long time ago, many years ago, I said I was going to be consistent, dependable, and I was going to be predictable. And this is the consistent part. I will not be voting for this. I'm not going to put a bunch of traffic on the people who live over there in Central Pike on a death trap to begin with and expect that to go well when it hasn't in the past. Enough's enough. I mean, how many times you got to hear these people say, quit building homes without having the infrastructure in place? How many times do you have to hear that? It's obviously not sinking in.
Commissioner Mullally?
This is not about apartments. It's not. This is about something much bigger. An opportunity that Mount Juliet does not have. This is an urban style, true integrated mixed use plan. There is a comparable one in the Cool Springs area known as the McEwen North Side, and another one would be Avalon in Atlanta. I did hold the town hall meeting so that on the 12th, so that people could come see for themselves what was going to be proposed on tonight's agenda. Both sides were presented for and against. I am on record 2.5 years ago by saying I would not support any more apartment projects within the Providence Central. The Enclave is basically itself an apartment project. If this new proposal were another apartment project, it wouldn't even be on the agenda. It would be an absolute no, no question about it. Going on 3 years ago, I signed a petition about infrastructure before development. This was prior to my BLC appointment, and I still believe in that. But I've also learned a great deal about how we get infrastructure over the past 3 years. Somebody has to pay for it, either the city, TDOT, development, or a combination of all 3. If I, as a resident, say, enough, stop building, but yet I still want my entertainment options, my big box retail, and nicer restaurants to come here, what I don't realize is rooftops are what brings them in. That's just a fact. So I, as a resident, have to realize in order to get some things that I want, sometimes it means I have to get some things I may not want. So let's just say the city stops approving developments altogether. We can't legally do that, but let's go with it. So what happens to the city during that time period with no growth? While we wait several years for all the infrastructure citywide to be put in place. And I say citywide is because infrastructure is a complaint all over the city, not just south of I-40. We risk going bankrupt. The city cannot sustain itself. I have to stop there because the next section is 3 minutes.
Commissioner Hefner, would you like the floor? Commissioner Hefner.
That's interesting. This is not apartments. Okay. It is every bit apartments. It's plain and simple. We're adding apartments on top of already approved commercial retail. Mayor, Commissioner Trevette indicated over the last hour that we debated for purchase product that he was concerned about the congestion and the traffic that was going to bring on the South Green Hill Road. I would argue that this project will do the same on South Mount Juliet Road. And until the Central Pike interchange has been completed, until Central Pike has been completed, until South Mount Juliet Road has been completed in its widening, we do not need to add any more traffic congestion to an already congested section of this town. I ran because of the congestion in Providence. I avoid it, unfortunately, as often as I can because of the congestion. Adding apartments is not going to help solve that problem. Adding additional office will expedite, and that you can verify that with Mr. Barlow. I'm Kenny Martin, city manager. We can bring in a corporate candidate for relocation purposes that's going to employ over 250 employees. That will help expedite the Central Pike interchange, moving that up. This is what I've been hearing. This is what I've heard. This is the ideal location. It was approved 2 years ago. We need to stick to what was approved 2 years ago. I don't see adding apartments moving the needle at all. I see Class A office space and corporate relocation, this is a perfect example of where it should go. Look, we got plenty of capacity on Golden Bear. There's other places within the city that have capacity. This is not the location for adding more residential and burdening an already congested roadway system. I just can't do it.
Thank you, sir. I'll jump in at this point and just say this is an intriguing proposal here to have a mixed use development, the actual first true mixed use development in here. And I say it's intriguing not because it's fancy or any of these things or whatever you want to attribute to it just on the surface. What I would point out is we talk about the COVID and the studies and businesses moving and businesses relocating. Why wasn't this proposed 2 years ago? And I think the answer to this is COVID has changed a lot of things in the business environment. I work at a place that you got a huge, I'll say, I don't know, it's tens of thousands of square feet of office space. And we sometimes do the joke, here's your 4,000, here's your 5,000 square feet of office space. Demands have changed for what people want, what the market is demanding, the new environments. You have people working hybrid, you have people working remote. These things have changed from 2 years ago. I mean, you could probably say 20, maybe less percentage of these white collar workers were working a remote consistently or having hybrid arrangements. Of course, now that's changed. You got a lot higher percentages of these things that are seeking smaller office spaces to go in, to have places for their employees together, meet up. And of course, the beauty of that for us is we get to use a smaller piece of infrastructure to house multiple companies if that trend continues in the way it's going. And we got an opportunity to use this to backfeed our Providence lunch rush time. So it's something unique that we haven't seen, that we have not seen offered here at this city. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the stories of the relocations that are looking specifically for developments with mixed use in it. So I've got to be open-minded and consider what's being offered here on it, because this is this is something I think a lot of cities would be foaming at the mouth to have presented to them in this type of investment into their community. Yes, it's different than what we've seen in the past. And of course, that's what the market is asking for, something different than we've seen in the past. And we've tried to get white collar jobs and recruit and get people to move into Mount Juliet and be able to have that base there, to bring in the higher employments, to bring those in. But I think the question's been asked, if you keep doing what you've been doing and you expect a different result, if you keep doing what you're doing and expecting a different result, I think the point was that would be insane to keep doing what you're doing and expecting a different result. To this point, we haven't landed anyone, and all we're having is people look out here on it. And that's why we've gone to the state, and I appreciate the board for backing up the project on here and voting unanimously to bring $25 million on it. We sat there with the governor, we sat down with the TDOT commissioner, and Senator Pody asked the question right then and there: is anybody else proposing that we're going to put this type of skin in the game? Has anybody else made the economic case that the city of Mount Juliet is bringing? Of course, the answer was no. And they told us before we started, we're looking at 25 projects just like this. And right there, they said, no one has made the case. No one has brought anything that the city of Mount Juliet is. And that's why, and I understand, Commissioner, you run for congestion, and that's why we get a unanimous vote up here for taking that on. That's why we're willing to front the type of investment we have, because we see the problems inside the city. We see where the congestion is, and things like this that can advance us forward, and we'll get this interchange built, move it forward, keep our commercial intact, more office space. That's what we're striving for as a community. So with that, I'll defer to the Vice Mayor if he'd like to be recognized.
Thanks, Commissioner. I would like to just reiterate, especially with Commissioner Hefner just stated earlier in his comments, he did talk about, living in an apartment, having your office in the same place, the convenience, you've got the coffee shop, you've got, the business area. And then, of course, what the mayor just stated again, the biggest comment here is live, work, play, and worship. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here by this vision. And I go back to the same thing, which is this developer is willing to invest in our roads. They're willing to go ahead and help some of this congestion. And if we don't keep going back to looking for developers that are willing to invest in our roads, we're going to have to hit back the taxpayers. And the last thing I want to do is ever sit up here and vote for something that's going to increase the taxes for our residents to improve a road when we just turned down several millions of dollars for road improvements from a developer that's willing to invest back into our city. Listen, I'm in commercial real estate. This is my background. And the mayor hit it. Right now, the time of high-rise buildings is not there. COVID did change everybody. A lot of folks are going to be working from home, looking for small office spaces to be able to get in and out of meetings and move on. This right here, after it's completed, it's going to, capture the residential, the mixed use, and then of course the commercial, which is what the end use is. And my biggest thought here is that if we look at, long term, okay, if we always worry about how the economy is going to be, okay, well, other states right now, sure, I can see the economy dropping. But right now in Mount Juliet, the way our tax system is for the state, our tax system for our city, people are fighting right now to get in here, as we can see tonight. Every one of these of us board members have all talked about, that we sat down with developers. They're beating on the door. They're trying to come here. That's commercial and residential. So if we're constantly trying to filter this out, this right here, this development, yes, we got to step out on faith a little bit, but we've already approved projects across the highway. Okay. We've already approved those. So how are we going to be able to help offset that traffic too? That interchange. So the 30 plus acres that have already been approved, okay, for that amazing foundation, along with all of that other mixed use over there, we've got to be able to hit this on the other side. If not, that interchange is not going to look right. And I don't see the state willing to commit to it. So that's my biggest concern. So we have to step out on faith to know that, hey, we've got a developer that's willing to hit it. Absolutely. Let's see what we can jump into. But we've got to fix these roads. At the end of the day, congestion is the number one concern. And if we align to, a year or two off, absolutely. I mean, but look at the bridge. The bridge took, I think Mr. Barlow said 11 years, and it was painful. But guess what? Now looking back, it was one of the best things that city, so many people said that bridge is not going to fix the problem. It fixed a lot of the problem. Same thing for Commissioner Justice with that light on South Green Hills. Many people were complaining about that light. Now look at that light. It's fixed a lot of the problems, not all of them, but it has fixed some of the problems. So not always, again, residents, listen, we are crossing the T's, dotting I's, and that's all we're trying to get accomplished up here. So, Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Justice.
Okay, so we as politicians have sitting up here and tooted our horns now. So if we can just now move forward. So what I'd like to do, first of all, is to suggest moving forward that we do one of two things. We either implement a tax district for this location to help offset the cost to the taxpayers for the traffic that's going into that location by helping pay for the interchange that we're probably not going to see for the next 37 years. But let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to suggest probably an amount at this point of per unit cost of $10,000 per unit for the apartment that would generate in excess of $3 million towards the 25 repayment of their 25. And I would also like to have a commercial piece. And I think Commissioner Hefner had some ideas along those lines as to what the commercial could give us going forward as far as helping pay for that 25 million the city's throwing in. So if
Commissioner Hefner.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Mr. Barlow with our legal has actually, I made this request actually after the workshop. So Andy Barlow and our legal staff's actually been working on freestanding assessment district or tax district, if you will, to help recover the $25 million that the city of Mount Juliet taxpayers are having to fund to allow basically non-residents to access the interstate. So, Andy, do you want to talk a little bit about what we're looking at here, get into the specifics, but basically drawing a corridor that's going to impact this project along with any other project that's in our urban growth boundaries. So you want to talk about just real quickly, the pre-engineering and the cost estimates, and how we're going to go about it.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner. And I think one of the things, a tool in the toolbox, not to use that cliche, but it is a special assessment district. It's allowed by state law that we can do that. And I know that's something a lot of other cities have used. Mount Juliet in our history has been a very capitalistic, opportunistic city where we have had the developers do the improvements, especially sewer and a lot of the transportation. And so to your point, I think the idea, we've got this specific project, the Central Pike interchange and widening, anything that would be along that improved corridor, I think, and Gino can probably speak to it a little bit better, but basically we can assess up to a certain value back to those properties, and you do it on I guess a gradated basis, probably on, I don't know if it's based on land use. We've not gotten that far into the depth of maybe some model ordinances, but I think we might have a little bit say so. I may let Gino kind of speak on it a little bit more.
You basically outlined it. It's a reasonable nexus to that area to help with the public safety, health, and welfare of the citizens of Mount Juliet.
Which this project will directly impact.
Mm-hmm.
I would think so.
So with that, I'm going to make a motion that this project, Providence Central PUD, be included in that freestanding assessment district. Costs and assessments to be determined based on a different additional data that we need for assessment. So that's my motion.
You made a motion. You had a second on that? Commissioner Justice?
Would that have to be made and written into any amendment, Mr. Marchetti, that it would be retroactive to go back to the original PUD from July of 20, or do we make it a part of the? Okay.
Whatever they're going to bring currently.
Can we go back and make it retroactive?
No,
Even though we're changing and amending the PUD?
you can impact what the change in the PUD is, but you can't go back and recapture what was generated by what was already approved.
Okay.
If whatever is being changed now is going to add to that traffic, that's what you can assess them for. You can't go back and assess them for the entire development that was already approved without any special assessment.
Okay. We're talking about putting apartments on top of commercial.
Then whatever that generates from here forward, that's not retroactive. That's not quote going back. That's
Well,
going
we're talking
forward.
about the impact though being a combination of the residential apartment being on top of the commercial base. So my contention is that we would actually at that point assess the special tax to not only the residential going in, but also the base.
I respectfully disagree. It would be whatever you changed. If all they did was build offices right now, which is already in their plan, without increasing density, without increasing traffic, that's already been approved without any assessment. Now they're talking about increasing traffic and density with 300 some odd apartments. That's what would be impacted by the special assessment tax. You've got to have a particular nexus to whatever they're doing that's getting approved now, not what was approved 2 years ago, but now going forward.
See, this is the reason I don't like attorneys, by the way.
I don't like
I
them either,
understand.
so we're good.
Okay, my second still stands, and I believe that this is the right thing to do to move forward. We need to create this ASAP. And
this special assessment district would be on top of the voluntary contribution. So it's not in lieu of a voluntary contribution.
Right.
So this is on top of, so we already have a voluntary, which is going to be my next motion. Unless you want to make that your,
Well, that was when I said 10,000.
yeah. So voluntary so the special assessment district is going to be in addition to the voluntary contribution. I just want to make sure
Yes.
that's clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are we going to vote on that as one? Do we vote
It's a
on-
motion. Yes, it's motion. It's been seconded. So that is something we could vote on, but I imagine there's some more questions and debate on that.
Sure.
I would start with, will they receive any credit for the $6 million worth of investment for the road that they've already put in? If you think about that, that's maybe 2.5 years worth of property tax for the entire city. I mean, that's 2.5 years worth of property tax collected for the entire city. And you're proposing no credits, put this on top of it too. And just a minute ago, on the last reading, we said we wanted to be fair. I mean, I don't know if I made a motion that he contributed all the money in the world, it would be any different, because that would just, I think both are equally undoable after you already contributed $6 million plus that, and there's going to be a voluntary contribution ask on top of that too. If the motion is to just try to kill all progress going forward, I mean, I think it would be a very effective move. Anyone else? Commissioner Mullally.
I think the 6 million was more like 8, I think, with right away. So I'm not going to vote on something I don't even understand.
So, so I guess just trying to understand here again, I mean, as we spend, so we asked the developer, he goes ahead and does $6 million worth of road improvements, right away, 2 million. And then and then all of a sudden between the project, we now want to add an additional $3,080,000. Gina, did you have something?
Is there a motion?
There's a motion and a second and a
Motion
discussion
second
about it.
To do what?
Let me get you on the
Based
microphone.
the assessment detail.
And what about the 10,000 voluntary?
That hasn't been made a
Okay,
motion yet. and
all right, I
seconded.
just want to be clear.
So to get back to my question, Mr. Bartlett, have we done this anywhere else within the city? And I don't know if that's Mr. Bartlett or Mr. Marchetti, that all of a sudden now we want to hit a developer up twice for almost, let's just say, I think a fair number is more than a third of his costs. He's already invested in the city, $8 million. And now we want to hit him again for a little over $3 million on top of it again. No, that's what I'm talking about. No, if he's paid $6 million already, correct, in road improvements, $2 million for road, for right of way, correct? It's $8 million this man's invested in his development. Is that correct? He owns it.
Yeah. So he didn't
But-
donate right away. He owns the right of way.
No, I thought the discussion,
That's
which was $2 million
one at a
for
time.
public right of way that he had to also put in from 2020. That was the discussion from the past. So the other landowners had
There's-
contributed that.
Yeah, there's been right of way donated for the interchange, and there's $6 million in roads put in. And I don't think the road's done, so there's more work to do there. There's work going on Central Pike.
So I apologize. I mean, obviously, I've got 5 pages worth of notes up here from the meeting from 7/27/2020. Folks, I'm telling you, 3 hours and 19 minutes. There's a lot of notes to try and go back on from what the past commission did to get this developer to where he is today. And then we're going to go ahead and tap on. Listen, I'm in favor of what you're proposing for future. But at the same time, for what he's trying to do tonight, he's already invested. So why would we go backwards? So I'm glad Mr. Marchetti cleared that up for us. But there's just obviously, our goal is to try and recoup the 25 million. But at the same time, but pushing it back on the developer, that'd probably shut down his project, wouldn't it? You don't think so?
Yeah,
Okay.
Let me get Commissioner Hefner on mic on here, and
Okay.
we'll keep this one at a time. Go have the floor,
First of
sir.
all, we haven't determined what the number is. I'm asking the motion is to designate, and if we have to be, and I have to be specific to add these apartments, not the commercial. Then that's what I'll add or clarify, that the apartments, the number of units that's being proposed are added to the district, the special district, not the entire commercial property. And it's not going to be $25 million. That's going to be spread out over thousands. I don't know, tens. Who knows? We're still working on that. I just want to make sure that we capture these apartments are included in that special district. That would be subject to, when they're determined, what the per unit cost would be. Fair share to help offset the cost of Central Pike. Now, as far as the $8 million, how much of that money was spent on South Mount Juliet Road versus Providence Parkway, which splits right down the middle of his development? How much of that $8 million was contributed to South Mount Juliet Road?
Nothing.
Nothing. So the $8 million did nothing but benefit his development. because I'm looking at the map right now. It goes right down the middle of his project. So you got to start. Yeah. So now we're going to give credit now to developers for building the infrastructure to support their project.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Well, yes, it goes to the development here, but this is the point that gets overlooked. If Adams Lane is not moved, is that going to be moved at taxpayer expense to make room for the intersection? That was something we had to do.
Yeah.
There's also there's John Hager Road that has to be redirected. All of this is what I'm talking about, these private partner relationships to get these things moved. If not, this falls on the taxpayers to take care of.
And that's all I'm asking, is that they pay their fair share of these apartments towards the Central Pike interchange. The $25 million, the city's going to have to write it. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything more. I'm not asking anything less. We don't know what those numbers are. We have to complete it. We have to finish it. That's all I'm asking. I think it's a pretty fair ask.
Commissioner Justice.
Yeah. Once again, we're sitting here talking about, well, actually, we're sitting here looking at our crystal ball, trying to figure out what's going to happen. Don't let any of us know that. I think it's a good bet, since we can't get a 1 mile stretch of Lebanon Road widened in 10 years. It'd be a little tough to do an entire intersection or interchange. You know, you'd think that a lot of the balls should already be in the air on the juggling that goes on when government entities start trying to build roads and do things of that nature. But I've got a man standing in the back of the room right now. His name is David Minton, that has not had any kind of a long-term conversation with TDOT as to what they're going to do to his property, which is in the middle of that interchange. So you tell him what's going to happen 7 years, 10 years down the road. They've been doing engineering on a 1 mile section of Lebanon Road for 6 years now. That's just engineering. We ain't seen the first barrel. How do we justify sitting here wrecking these people's lives that live on Central Pike? How are we justifying that? For a bunch more apartments. He's not going to not build the commercial. He's going to continue with the commercial. So I'm not going to vote for any apartments. That's not going to happen. But what? You know, Commissioner Hafner is talking about now about creating a tax. That is probably one of the better ideas that we've had come out of this commission. This don't need to stop here with this particular development. It needs to be a lot of others that we're going to go through with Golden Bear and the other locations. But we don't have that in place right now, and I don't see that happening tonight. And it's 10:30 at night. It's one of the longest commission meetings I believe I've sat through in probably in the last 7 or 8 years. I'm tired. I'm irritable. And it ain't getting no better. So, yeah, I do need a Snickers. Yeah, he's got popcorn over here. What I'm going to suggest is until we can come up with that tax system that Mr. Barlow and Mr. Marchetti are talking about, some of y'all have got an idea of how we move forward with that, right? So we just need to move this, push it down a meeting down the road. If y'all got a time that you can bring that in to us and sit down, and because that's not only going to benefit for this particular project, it will also benefit for future projects as well. And we need to know what that is before we vote on this project. So I'm going to make a motion at this point to defer one meeting.
All right. Any comments on the advisement of deferral? Are we ready to vote on deferral? All in favor of deferral for 1 minute, please signify.
1 minute.
1 minute. Maybe it's late.
I'm not the only one tired.
All in favor of deferral for 1 meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to deferral?
See where that one's
Nay.
going.
So we're back on the tax district, special tax district that we're, I'll say this, it's a wonderful thing. I know Andy and I have, or Director Barlow and I have had numerous conversations about how this happens, and it's a lot of moving parts on that. And specifically was able to, my purpose for this was be able to give people, a cost when they go when they want to do something in the city of Mount Juliet, they know what their cost is on the front end. Up until that point, we've used voluntary contributions. I think voluntary contributions needs to be where the conversation is at, because that's what we're doing until this can be established. Let's get it established as soon as possible, get it in there. But at this point, I think we need to keep doing what we're doing now, which is the conversation about the voluntary contributions. That's my thoughts on it. I don't know if anybody else has got comments or that they want to add or say, but that's where I stand. We ready to vote? All in favor of the amendment of applying? Let me ask before I read this. I'll ask our recorder, what do you have recorded as the actual amendment?
That he clarified it later, the apartments be included in a freestanding assessment district to be determined based on assessment detail.
Okay. So the motion was the apartments be included in the freestanding investment district. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nay. So we're back on the PUD as presented. So, Commissioner Mullally, have the floor, please.
Just to clarify, the first CO of these apartments would be 2008, and it would take 2 years thereabout to completely lease out. So there's your 7 years. When you, Commissioner Hefner, said 2,000 apartments, is that citywide? I'm assuming you mentioned that. Okay. All right. Here's what I understand that's clear to me and why I have decided to support this PUD amendment that would take several years to build out. COVID, like the mayor said, completely flipped the market on its head. The single-family home market has slowed for several reasons. The size of big corporate office is reducing in size because more people are working remotely. TDOT is looking for that office anchor tenant at Providence Central. They said so 2 years ago. So the question is, would this be a missed opportunity if this doesn't pass? How would we view our decision 5 to 10 years from now? Would the city be better off or worse off because of it? What kind of message would it send to TDOT and Governor Lee if this doesn't pass? We need white-collar jobs. White-collar needs a workforce. The workforce needs housing near their workplace. Brokers and office developers are watching what Mount Juliet does, what decisions we make. If this does not pass, where will they go? Down the interstate. At Golden Bear, maybe, maybe not. Or maybe in the county, and I can guarantee you that would make the county happy. This is the kind of project that could bring in the nicer restaurants to meet the public's demands, which I would rate is number 2 behind growth, traffic, and infrastructure. These Class A apartments are marketed to high-income earning professionals. That is who these apartments will attract. I like the walkable community, which means less cars on the road. I like that the residential is above the retail. All the red is retail, and the orange is orange because it's underneath the yellow. And because they're not separate apartment buildings. After my appointment, I said that I'm not a fan of more apartments, and I'm not. Hold on. I do believe, however, if strategically placed, and this Class A PUD amendment is a much better plan now than in the current market than what was approved 2.5 years ago. You can see the difference here. 2020, you see it how it's just spread out. And the 2023 plan is just a much better walkable community. Notice, if we're being realistic, approving this amendment is a risk. It's a gamble at this point. How all this plays out with TDOT, projects. And in saying that, I do believe this is a prime opportunity to bring an urban style, true integrated mixed use to Mount Juliet. Again, this project is over the course of several years. It will not have any impact on the current traffic situation during that time frame. This is a long-term investment, in my opinion. Is it smart or fair to penalize the city of a golden opportunity because of the 13,000 cars from other counties who are paralyzing our roads? I'm looking at this from a future standpoint. Therefore, I can't see bypassing the opportunities this revised plan could bring to the city, waiting on TDOT infrastructure projects to play out, because the way I see it from a big picture standpoint, all of this plays out over time together. Providence Parkway also will go to 5 lanes during all these years. I do believe all of this infrastructure is going to come to fruition sooner rather than later.
Sir, you don't have the floor, but once you, Commissioner, will you yield to the Commissioner?
Thank you,
Justice?
Mayor.
Thank you.
Actually, as it turns out, that completes my 3 minutes in this round.
All right. And
Call for
Commissioner?
question.
Cough.
I think it's time to put everybody out of their misery. I think we see how the vote's going, so let's just move forward. And call for question.
Oh, we have was that a second on the call for the question?
No, actually.
Second on call for question. I don't believe this is a debatable motion, so I'll call for the vote. All in favor of moving the question, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, was your aye vote? Okay, that is the 3/4 threshold needed to move the question forward. So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mullally, I believe, was a nay vote.
Fine.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. The commissioner called for the question, which is a motion basically to end debate and vote on the item that's before the board here. That takes a second. That was properly second. It's a non-debatable motion, and it requires 2/3 vote. We achieved a 2/3 vote to cease debate on it. So at this point, we'll move forward with the vote with what's on the table.
So how did you record my vote?
I believe you were the nay vote, and we had 4 in favor of moving this question forward.
Okay.
All right. With that, all in favor of the item before us, which is the PUD amendment here. Correct me if I'm wrong, there was no amendments passed on it? It's first reading. I have none recorded as passing. Yeah.
The deferral that didn't pass. No, I show no amendments
Okay.
that passed.
So with that, all in favor of the ordinance as presented on the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. So this passes on first reading by a vote of 3-2. It will be second reading. We'll skip a meeting and be back for second reading in a month,
2/27.
roughly. And with that, our next item on the agenda is 11-4, an ordinance to establish the billing rates for transport services provided by the Fire EMS Department. Is there a motion? Yep, I heard a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on this item? All in favor of 11-4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I believe that was unanimous. All right, that was an unanimous. That will then reappear on consent. We have one last item on the agenda, which is 11-5. It is to amend the city codes for traffic commission. This is under Commissioner Hefner's sponsorship, so I'll offer him the floor first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. So this really stems from the traffic commission meeting. Last year, there was a report of speeding in Clearview State neighborhood, and as I do, I always get Mount Juliet Police Department involved to issue citations, uptick their monitoring. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it solves the problem. Sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it did not, so it warranted a speed study. The speed study was performed, and the average posted speed limit was well above 8 miles, which is what triggers the need for speed calming devices. From there, we move forward. Speed calming devices were put in. Fast forward, we had several complaints, 2 complaints from residents in the Clearview Estates, and we went through an appeals process to the Traffic Commission. At the Traffic Commission, we had a lot of citizens come up and speak, which really intrigued me because we're in a non-HOA neighborhood, and only form of communication was through Facebook, which a lot of people in that neighborhood are not on Facebook, but they do see the posted the posted meeting for the appeal. So why not do that on the front end? Why not allow the citizens an opportunity to come before a committee, the Traffic Commission, so the Traffic Commission can hear from the citizens directly, and then have the Traffic Commission determine if either approve or deny the speed calming devices. So makes perfect sense to me. Do it on the front end. The way it was written is we're looking at doing this solely for non-HOA subdivisions. We have a process in place through HOA neighborhoods to allow the HOA board members to vote on this, and that is then carried forward to the Public Works. So what I'm doing is basically just allowing an opportunity for the citizens in non-HOA neighborhoods to have, one, notified that speed calming devices are getting put in, and have an opportunity to be heard. So that's what this is about in a nutshell.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I got two quick things. Under section 20, under here where it says under therefore be ordained, section 2824, it says be as amended as followed. And you've got the changing that to 60 days. I've got no problem. And by the way, I'm a fan of this ordinance. But the next item where it says section 2824, the way it's written in the one I've got here says be as amended as follows the second time. I think that should read D is added to the ordinance instead of B is amended. Is that correct? This is just a procedural motion. I don't know if it was a copy and paste went wrong and it should have been corrected, but it should read D is added to this. Motion to amend. I'll make the motion. Your second. All in favor of that correction, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, unanimously corrected. The second thing I'd ask for on that one where we just added D is that we strike non-HOA communities, and where it reads that a speed study shall be considered by the Mount Juliet Traffic Commission before. So basically taking everything you've got here, you're doing this for the non-HOA communities. I'd like to see this done across the board because I like the fact that we're going to the HOAs for their input, and I would never say do not do this, but I want this across the board, the signs being noticed out there so everybody's on notice, HOA, non-HOA. Second, any questions or comments on that one? No, do you have a question on? Okay. All right, then we'll call for the vote on this amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please to strike non-HOA, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're on amended as twice, and you had a question?
Real quick, I like this. I support it. Between first and second reading, I want to get with Jennifer, I guess she left, to explain that 30-day, 60-day. I want to understand that better, but I'll do that between first and second reading. But I do like it.
Yeah, and just for the record, they have scheduled meetings quarterly, so this is just their cutoff.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments on this last and final item on this agenda tonight? All right. Our city manager.
I know it's late. I commend this. I think it's a great move for somebody that's been here long enough to have been through the 2 previous traffic commission meetings we had. I think it's a great move. I commend it.
All right. All in favor of the item as twice amended, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? All right. And with that motion that carries unanimously, so it should appear on the consent agenda. Next item, I will entertain a motion for adjournment? Motion second. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, we are adjourned, folks.